All right. Happy Halloween, everybody, and welcome. It is Friday night, 9 o'clock. That means it's time for the late shift. Man, I'm excited. We've got a great late shift for you guys tonight. I've got a surprise guest. It's probably not a surprise. I mean, we've talked about it just a little bit, put out a couple tweets. I put out a tweet. My guest put out a tweet. I sent it out in the email reminder, but I'm so excited to have Randy K7AGE here tonight to talk about satellites overall. You know, gosh, Randy's been on YouTube for almost 20 years. We were talking a little bit earlier today, and I think he said 19 years. I think it's 20 years in August. And, you know, Randy's like an every ham's ham, right? He does so many different things. He's a great follow on Twitter or X. Obviously he's got a long running YouTube channel as well, but you know, Randy's just into everything. And I really appreciate that about him. Randy was one of the guys that I started watching early on when I became a ham. And so I'm really excited to have him on the channel tonight. And if you guys recall last week, what got me tuned into this project in the first place was a tweet that Randy had sent out about this project. And then I'm like, that sounds pretty interesting. So I had to check it out. And as soon as I checked it out, I'm like, yeah, this is cool. We got to share this. We got to get this out there. We got to get more people tuned in to this because it's cool. So I'm excited for that. We're going to, well, heck, let's just say hi to Randy here. We'll get into, you know, the this and that and those types of things in just a minute, but hey, there's Randy. Let me see. I got him. I think I got your mic hot. Are you live?
I think I'm live.
All right. Excellent.
5'9" here.
5'9".
Gold Beach, Oregon.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, Randy, thank you so much for coming on the stream. Thanks for reaching out earlier today. You know, I got quite a kick out of the tweet that you sent out of you lounging in your easy chair. You had your toes sticking up in the air, and you had the late shift up on your big screen TV. And boy, I got that was awesome for me.
Well, you imagine how I felt when I saw that tweet came up from me on there. I go, oh. So anyway, thank you for all the nice, kind words. I'm really glad to be on here tonight and see if we can stir up some activity for TinyGS and the Cornell Alpha mission. And we got a lot to cover. I think it'll be good.
Yeah, that's for sure. I've had one of the guys in the chat for a long time has been poking me about TinyGS, and you know, I kept thinking I've got to get into that. I've got to check it out because it looks so cool. It sounds really cool. And Dawn kept poking at me, and you know, this was a project that kind of put me over the edge. So I'm really excited for it. Well, hey, one of the things I like to do. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was saying it's another excuse to go out and find some things to buy and tinker with in your spare time. So
yeah, for sure. We're gonna do one of the things I like to do early in the show is a little segment I call This and That. We're going to do an abbreviated version of that tonight because I just have a couple of things that I don't want to forget. But we're going to zoom past that, guys, because Randy's got some great information that he's going to share with us, and I want to get to that really fast. But I will be remiss if I don't at least touch a couple of these things. So let me jump into that just real quick. And I wanted to call this one out first. Alan here sent me a package in the mail this week, and it was such a, I mean, I had no idea he was sending this. It was such a kind gesture. He included his QSL card here from Canton, Georgia. So thank you, Alan. I really do appreciate it. Here, let me share a little bit more here. So for those of you that have been to Hamvention, you'll recognize the building in the background there. I ran into Alan and met Alan this May, and it was great to run into him, great to chat with him a bit. Yeah, I was hanging out with a couple of other characters there that you guys all know as well. But Alan had printed me this headset holder. So this is a 3D printed headset holder. This is the picture of the one that he sent. I've got mine bolted or clamped to my desk, and that's what I hang my headset on now. So I just wanted to let Alan know I received this. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And it's really cool. On the vertical part there, it's got my call sign as well. So Alan, thank you so much. I do appreciate it. It's always fun to get something fun like that in the mail. Something else I wanted to call out just really quickly. There is a balloon launch tomorrow in the North Texas area for all of you North Texas hams. If you're in, anywhere around Denton, go out to the Richardson, Texas club site and get the details here. It's tomorrow morning. I think it starts at, I think it's 8 a.m. I think the setup is at 8 a.m. and they're going to launch at 9 a.m. And so I may get out to that. I just don't know how late we're going to go tonight and how my morning's going to be, depending on, if we go too late, I'll probably sleep in a little bit, but I'd love to get out there and see this balloon launch. These guys do this every now and then, and the weather's supposed to be great tomorrow. This was actually delayed from a prior date, and these things are fun. So if you're in North Texas, I think this is out at the RC airfield. That's where folks go out to fly their remote control planes. But go check that out. Support that club. All right. And then one more thing I just want to recognize here real quick. This is some sad news that came through this week. And for those of you who go to the various ham fests, Quicksilver is one of those vendors that's at so many of these ham fests. And I just wanted to recognize John B. He's been a great ambassador for the hobby. He's at all these different events, and he became a silent key this past week. So I don't have any details on that, but I did see the post in QRZ earlier this week, and actually I think it was Dawn N5SKT who brought that to my attention in one of the Discords. So I just wanted to recognize that and make sure folks were aware. All right. Not to end on a bummer note, but again, I'm just excited to get into our project tonight. So let's see. Randy, I know you prepared some slides. Do you want to... Well, let me see. Did I lose you here? Let me make sure I got you. Maybe you're muted.
I'm muted.
Yeah, there you go. Do you want to...
Am I on this microphone here?
You're a little roomy. You sound a little roomy.
I'm not on the right microphone. Let's see if we can fix that. Somebody in the chat room mentioned that here. Try this one. And now...
Yeah, I don't think that's...
I got too many...
I resemble that remark. I know what that's like.
No.
Holy smokes. While you're looking there, Randy, Rep Ham Paul handing out 10 gift memberships. Wow.
Wow.
Thank you, Paul. That's fantastic. Let me see if I
Oh,
missed anyone else out there. I saw a 2-month member. Wayne, thank you. Looks like you updated your picture out there as well, Wayne. Uh, Good to have you out here in the stream. All right, Randy, you got her figured out?
I don't know. Is this that's something like now?
I'm not hearing it when you tap on it.
No. Yeah.
Up, sometimes with this tool that I use, up in the browser window next to the address, there's a little icon that you can click on, and sometimes you have to change it in the browser. Do you see it to the left of the
Audio, video, advanced. That's a tab. I don't want to close that. There's a thing, a little music note.
I mean, it doesn't sound awful. I think we can roll with it.
Okay.
It's a little roomy, but I think we can deal with it.
Okay, I just changed something again.
Yeah, I'm not hearing it through that mic, but
Yeah. Is it coming from up here? Over here?
oh, there you go. That's where it's coming from.
Well, that's the far one. That's one of the webcams. Oh, this is.
Hey, Gray Man. Thanks for being a member out there. 1 month anniversary. Kyle, nice to see you out there.
All right. Well,
well, like I said, Randy, it doesn't sound terrible, so I think we can roll with it.
Okay. And I just want to comment to something Jason posted up there when I saw it go by, that he worked for ESPN, I believe. Yes, I did work for Grass Valley Group, and we may know some mutual people. Ted Sapolsky is a friend of mine who worked at the group. They went to ESPN for a number of years. He's a ham now. He's out in North Carolina. So
nice.
Hopefully answered that. Okay. So you want me to start with my?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and go through your slides, just so folks know what we're going to be doing. We're gonna have the chat here. Randy's been kind enough to put some slides together that we can talk about his station and some of his satellite exploits, how he does what he does, and then we're going to get into actually configuring and assembling the ground station for the CubeSat project, right? This is the alpha project for Cornell University. So we'll do that after Randy gives us a walkthrough.
Okay, we'll do that. All right, let me make the screen share work here. And I want trying to find out which one here. Oh, I want a window. Oh, this one. Here we go. Here we go. You see that?
Yes, sir. Looks good.
Okay. So I'm going to start off here talking a little bit about my current satellite system set up here. I got involved with the satellites back in the, it's 7:15. Back in the 90s when I bought a house from a ham who I did not know, who was big into AL13. So he left the antennas as part of the house sale. So he had a pair of KLM22C. So these are 11 elements V and H times 2. So I had 44 elements on 2 meters and 38 elements on 435. Excuse me.
Wow, how much gain do you think that that had, Randy? Did you ever look into that? Or
Oh, I'd have to go back and look at the spec sheets.
Yeah.
The 2 meter beams were 19 feet long. They were huge.
Wow.
So when I wanted it to get back on, really don't need all that gain today. Excuse me. And I don't need to be super directional. Everything's in low Earth orbit now. So I used 6 elements out of the 11 for the 2-meter side, and I used half of the 38 element beam for the 435 megahertz side of the system. So, and you got, the ASU azimuth elevation rotor. Somewhere I lost the bracket that holds the two together, because this was in the tower, and this was above the tower when I lived back in Grass Valley. And I had this tripod here on some of these military masts. People use them for antennas.
Oh, yeah.
I guess they use them for shades and stuff. But what's really neat is this center piece that you can use the mast legs for the tripod, and you can push new sections up through. So anyway, that's kind of a tracking satellite antenna. I had this running for maybe 2 months now here since I moved. And on the inside of the house, I run an ICOM IC9700, and here is the Yaesu rotor box. You see my mouse pointer?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay. And above that is a really neat box. This is a satellite communications controller from CSN Technology. So this thing got a computer in there. It's got Wi-Fi, so it's connected to the web, and it knows all the satellites, all of the elements, all their frequencies. It controls the radio. It puts the radio on the right frequencies in the right mode, and it also continuously corrects Doppler in both the uplink and the downlink. And it has a second cable that goes over to the rotor here. So it makes for a real nice system. It really automates a lot of stuff for you. The satellite controller presents a web page. So on here, it shows the upcoming passes of the satellites that I'm interested in. Right now, RS-44 in this example is overhead. Here's a polar plot that shows where the satellite is above me. So the green dot is where it starts. It progresses along the yellow line, and it ends at the red. The white dot is where the satellite is, and the red dot is where the antenna is. So the antenna kind of leads and lags the satellite as it's moving, but the pattern is so wide, it's really not super important.
Yeah.
There's a map that shows, my location here, and the satellite's there, so the radio coverage is right here. So it's getting low in the horizon, which we see here, and down here is all the stats for the satellite. So it's currently at like 7 degrees above the horizon. And this amazes me. We'll see later on that stuff can be so low to the horizon and still work.
Randy, is this
LoRa
the interface from the CSN or from the SAT controller? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah. And then over here is all the radio channel setups. So this is a linear transponder. So you go up on 145, down on 435. You use sideband, and I've heard as many as 6 different conversations going on. And if you want to work FT4, you just click on here, and the radio will go to that channel, and you can work that. And you want to click over here, and you can do the beacons. So this box really cleans up a lot of stuff, which was a lot more different when I was doing all this back in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
But now we're going to move to the other end of a satellite station spectrum. We're going to look at TinyGS, Tiny Ground Station. And you covered a lot of this last week. Here's a map of the world here. You can see all the green things are all the ground stations. Here's all the satellites going over, almost 2,000 stations online, 43 million packets recovered. There isn't much that we can do with the satellites. I think the challenge of this is to get it working, see how it's working, and then see if you can improve how it's working for you. So it's a kind of a neat learning, educational, and problem-solving thing to get involved with. They got, I don't know how many satellites. They got a whole slew of them up there now. So these are fairly large ones. A lot of them are just, one root cube, basically a 4-inch cube, basically kind of the size right here if it was that green all the way down. And then you click on here, you can go to see who's the the organization behind the satellite and things like that. So this is what all the radio and computer stuff comes down to when you get into TinyGS. You get one of these boards like you use for your mesh-tastic stations. This has got the the ESP32 on there. It's got the radio chip, the modem, all that stuff is on here. Instead of loading mesh-tastic software, we're going to load TinyGS, and this is what we're going to be doing later, I think, right?
Yes, sir.
So the computer in here, is talking to the mothership through the Wi-Fi connection to your network. It knows the satellites, it knows the position, it knows the scheduling, it knows the frequencies, it controls the radio, controls the Doppler, it goes on and on. You give it power and you give it an antenna and you're up and running.
It really is amazing. It really is amazing how much that little microcontroller can do.
Yeah, it's for what, $30 too.
Yeah. It's remarkable.
Yeah, you can have all sorts of fun. I mean, if you played around with mesh-tastic and you're kind of bored with that, reprogram the board and try this.
Right.
Yeah. So you don't need much of an antenna. This is a 435 megahertz quarter wave ground plane. And this is kind of a nice one. This is from a fellow over in the UK. I stole his picture, but he's got, looks like a little bracket that he bent and has a chassis connector. And you connect 5 things to it and you've got an antenna. And these work surprisingly well, as we see. But there's always other antennas, other things you can do. Now, trying to do tracking antennas on these TinyGS would probably burn out your rotor because it'd be just going all over the place all the time. So what we want is a nice, spherical type radiation pattern from the antenna. So a Eggbeater antenna takes and provides that. There's, I don't believe, any gain, but it's a nice smooth pattern. With this type of antenna here, you get a null off the top of the antenna. So your radiation pattern goes out and comes down like that, and you end up with a null. Of course, when the satellite's overhead, it's stronger, so they kind of cancel out. But the Eggbeater here solves a lot of that. In the past, these have been a little difficult or a little involved to build because the coax comes in and you split it, so it feeds the black loop and it feeds the white loop. But to get the circular polarization, you have to feed one of the loops 90 degrees out of phase. So typically the coax that would go to one loop is a quarter wavelength longer at the frequency that you want to operate at. And you have to take into account the velocity factor of the coax because, electrons don't go through coax at the speed of light. They go through at about 66% maybe. So you have to take all that into account. And that's kind of a hassle sometimes trying to come up with that. Mark Smith from Halibut Electronics came up with what he calls the EggNOGS. So this is an antenna that you kind of focus on the SatNOG people, and somebody in the Hamradio workbench kind of tied the two names together, and therefore he named it EggNOGS. So
yeah, we're a big fan of that antenna here. I built a couple of them. I built the 70 centimeter version, the 2 meter version, and he's got several other versions, right, for weather satellites and other purposes. Really a fun project.
Yeah. So what you're buying is everything that's inside this white cap here. So here's the main board that's in the thing. There's no toroids to wind, but there is a ferrite here, and this is a ballon. So basically the coax just loops through there, the shield solder on here. The center conductor goes through a hole, and you got to make sure you push it through far enough so the center conductor doesn't short out against the edge of the hole. This is from somebody who knows this and had to tear it all apart to find the short to make it work right. And so his quarter wave section is in the artwork in the board here. Oops. So no extra quarter wave long hunk of coax you have to deal with. So he's got a lot of steps to do all this. So it's pretty straightforward. So a couple of things here to solder on. You solder on the SMA connector. Then it has a mating board, which fits in the top of the cap here, which he supplies, and he has these 4 holes drilled out with a CNC mill, so everything fits. And you solder this board to the round board, and depending on which way you put it in, this way or you turn it in 180 degrees, sets up the polarization. So you have this arrow here, and it says right-hand circular polarization. So that's how I have the antenna. This is what most people will want to do.
Yeah.
If you turn the board around, then the left-hand circular polarization lines up here, and you'll be having left-hand.
Yeah, and I tell you, Mark's instructions are some of the best instructions for a kit that you're gonna find.
Yeah. So here it is, all put together in a ham shack. I took it out, put it on the pole, everything inside, and waited and got nothing, and no satellites. So I took the antenna analyzer out and hooked it in, and the SWR was just at 15 to 1 across the whole frequency range. So I brought it in, had to take it apart. That's where I found the short. So if you build one of these, check that before you package it all up and take it outside. So everything will fit inside the pole. So there's your waterproof housing. So here it is apart on the deck. Here's the antenna. There's the board, the coax going into the receiver computer board, USB power with an extension cord, and everything pushes down inside the pipe there. I have a second station I put on, and I was running it this way. These are the rabbit ears that come with an RTL SDR bundle. You get the new elect for like $40. You get the little antennas and all this stuff. So there it is. You pull them out about 6 inches for 433. It's sitting in the window facing west, and I was surprised how well this works. And we'll see some numbers here soon. I since then moved it into my ammo box. This is how I built my first TinyGS years ago. I built this thing up and put a battery in there and just set it on the ground and let it run. So this is like 4 feet outside that window on the deck facing west. This is the Pacific Ocean out here with a fog bank that day.
Yeah. So just to talk about that a little bit, because I love this. I love this antenna, right? Just the simplicity of it.
Yeah.
Is that a bulkhead connector?
Yeah. So you get
yeah.
Yeah. So it's an SMA bulkhead connector, and I used one piece of wire, comes over and bends around and goes back out and soldered on. So there's actually 2 pieces of wire there instead of 4, but it looks like 4.
Yeah.
And then just another going up, and I used some welding rods for that, so they're pretty stiff.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah, except they rust. Yeah. But,
yeah. Oh, so yeah. So those don't have the coating on them, or did you take the coating off of them?
I guess they're not coated. I'm not a welder. I don't know anything about welding. I saw this in a hardware store and I bought a tube of it. So that's what
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I just love that though. Right. I mean, it's,
simple.
It's simple. It's inexpensive, right? Again, if you want to do this, really inexpensively and really experiment, I mean, this is such a great project for that.
Yeah. It'd be a great club project too. If you get together and build these things all in one night, bring a bunch of laptops and get them all configured.
Yeah. We got one question in the chat. Dawn is asking if you've set one of those up for radio sonde.
No, I haven't.
Okay.
No. And it's in a 2-inch PVC pipe. So Don was asking if it's 3-inch. So it's a 2-inch pipe. So if you point your browser at the IP address of the receiver board, and the screens rotate through about 4 or 5 different screens. So one of them comes up and show you the IP number. You can connect to it. Then you can get to the station dashboard. And this brings up a lot of data here. First of all, you get a little map to show you where the satellite is. It tells you your station name, your version, whether or not you're connected. If your Wi-Fi isn't connected, this will say offline or something. And your Wi-Fi signal, the modulation, lower the frequency, blah, blah, blah. It's listening to this satellite. Here's its location. I don't know if these numbers are right or what, but I find it really amazing. It's saying it's 3 degrees below the horizon, and it's capturing data.
Yeah, that's crazy. I know so I like to do a lot of operation by hand, satellites by hand. And they had that Fram to Ham event here earlier in the year, and I got an LNA because first of all they used a much faster SSTV protocol for that than they normally use, and I wanted to try to maximize every single pass that went by. And, normally when I'm working by hand without, when I'm just using like an elk antenna, I can work to somewhere between like 6 or 8 degrees over the horizon. But whenever I added that LNA, it said I was below the horizon.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Yeah. Now, some of these satellites run 1 watt, 3 watts, 9 watts. So some of them crank out a fair amount of power. And it's just for a brief. It's only sending 100 bytes here. So it goes by, really quick. So anyway, this gives you a lot of stats of what's happening out there. And you can look at the receive RSSI, the signal strength, and the signal to NAR, signal to noise ratio. So once you start this, then you go, well, can I do better? So you start thinking about preamps. And this is one I bought. This is a wide bandwidth, 20 megahertz to 4,000. So it's going to amplify everything.
Yep.
If you want to put this on your scanner radio, maybe that's a good thing. For trying to receive satellites, that may not be a good thing because it may be overloading the front end of that little receiver board, which probably has no filtering, and with a cell tower or who knows what. So this is one I bought. I've played with this one. We'll see some results here in a minute. This is one I just received today. So this is a 2-way signal booster for 433, 510, 868. It says 433 on the top, so there's different versions of it. But this is a bi-directional. This is for the Meshtastic gang. It's a preamp and also for receive, and a power amp for transmit.
Yeah, this is a pretty crazy little device when you think about it, right? The fact that it when you start getting into larger LNAs that have an auto sensing capability, those things get pretty expensive really quick. Right. And the fact that this is $30, I bought one of these as well. This is the one that I've got in my Amazon store for the project. I mean, it really is a pretty cool little device.
Yeah. Well, we're supposed to get rain tomorrow, so maybe Sunday I'll jam this up the pipe and see what happens. So here's the fun of improving your station, the stats that it gives you. So here's the rabbit ear. No, this is a quarter wave ground plane. This is the box out there. Well, let me back up. This is the box. This is over here is the rabbit ears. So here it ran for several days with no preamp. Then I put the preamp on. So you see here, I'm getting about 250, 275 packets a day average. I put the preamp on, and I'm just under 500.
Yeah,
almost a 2x improvement. Wow. And then I moved the receiver board and put it in that box with a quarter wave ground and plane antenna, no preamp, and it's at least 100 packets a day better than the little rabbit ears. There's nothing wrong with the rabbit ears. That thing works with the rabbit ears. It'll work better. And it's like, Tom Schiller says at the antenna forum at Pacific Con every year he gives a talk. And one of his favorite sayings is that all antennas work. Some work better than others.
Right. Just varying degrees, right?
Right. So anyway, Be interesting now to put the preamp on the quarter wave and see how it does. Here's the EggNOGS antenna. With no preamp, so it was getting, say, average is 650 a day, compared to, it's about twice what I was getting over here. So, yeah, that antenna seems to be working better. This is the day I put the preamp in mine. I went out there several times to make sure it was powered, the connectors are all tight, and I put my TinyGS on the output of the preamp, and I could just see all this stuff coming through. I put the spectrum analyzer on the antenna itself. Everything was about, I'm going to guess, 20 dB lower. So I think the front end of the little board there was just packing up.
Yeah, and that was the New Elect one. That was the wideband LNA.
Yeah. So anyway, the preamp's back out and it's working back normal again. So I may try that and that bi-directional one here this weekend and see what happens over here. So the reason we want to deal with the TinyGS stuff for the alpha is that this is our test bed. We can fine tune our systems and get everything working for when we find out that they're going to launch the sale. We're ready to change a configuration so we only look at their satellite.
Yep.
And it's only going to be running for 2 days. So you don't get a lot of time to screw around trying to fix things. Get on with the TinyGS and bring out your system now.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? This is the time we've learned we've got, a little bit more than a month, about 6 weeks currently.
Yeah.
That's subject to change. That can always change. They could get bumped again if there's another, need for maintenance or something that's more important. But everyone, you've got about 6 weeks to get your game together here, and get your equipment, put it together, do some testing, make sure that you're receiving packets, and then we'll talk about the configuration change that you've got to make sure you do when it comes time for the deployment of the Alpha CubeSat.
Yeah. And Jody has a comment about, it knows where the satellites are, and you also put in your latitude and longitude. So it should be pretty close for my station. So that should be accurate. It's worth double checking. Yeah, if you get, if you forget to put the minus sign in front of your longitude, you'll end up on the other side of, end up in the middle of the Pacific Ocean or somewhere. So, yeah.
Well, Randy, I've seen a number of the pictures that you've posted, over the years. You've got a beautiful spot, and it looks like you've got the cliffs of Dover out there, right? Where it just, your horizon is different than most people's horizon.
Yeah, of course, I'm 1 mile from the Pacific Ocean and up at 1,100 feet.
Yeah. Wow.
To the north of me, I can see a lighthouse blink 34 miles up the coast if it's clear out. To the south of me, the land rises. I don't have as good a shot to the south. And east isn't too bad. It's nothing great, but it works good for this stuff.
Nice.
Okay, so try and fix the wideband preamp. I've ordered this, and this is a 433 bandpass filter. Of all places, I got it from Walmart. They seem to have a little better delivery, although it's still going to take a couple weeks. Yeah, November 14th to 21st. So it'll be here in time now. So I have it for the other.
That's a pretty good price. That's a pretty good price. Well, I've seen some of, the 70 centimeter specific filters on Amazon, and I bought one, and it was like $30, $30 or maybe $35. It works fantastic. But boy, this sure looks better at $10.
Yeah. In fact, at this price, I bought 2. So
yeah, there you go.
You never know when you need another one, or maybe it's broke, or who knows what. It'll be interesting to put the nano VNA on one of these things and actually sweep it and see what it looks like.
Yeah.
So anyway, this is going to be part of the toolbox of tools to try. So if you go to the TinyGS page and look for your own station, um, should have had another screen that showed the overall here. I think I might in a minute. But anyway, it'll show you all the satellites that you've received. And I've been swapping some emails with Josh at Cornell University. He's busy finishing up his PhD, and I think this project is part of it. And but he's answered a couple things, and one of the things he wanted to know is how well my station is receiving the low power satellites. I said, no idea. So I went and scrolled through a lot of these reception reports to find the lower power one. So here's this Pico 1B8 at 631 milliwatts, and the CSTP, and there's a whole series of these things, and they're 800 milliwatts. And a lot of the other satellites are 1 watt or 3 watts or 9 watts. The transmitter is not on very long.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a second, so they can duty cycle is not a problem. And you just put a capacitor on the power line, it could probably source a lot of current from the transmitter. Anyway, these here at 631, here it is, 1,600 kilometers away. What's that, 1,000 miles, 9 degrees elevation. The received signal strength is 128 dBm, and the signal to noise is minus 7 dB. On an earlier pass, a later pass, it's a little weaker, a little more noisy. Here's this one here, 800 milliwatts, 879 kilometers away. It's high, it's 30 degrees. It's minus 129 and minus 6. So you can see how you're doing. It also tells you how many stations. So 6 stations received that. If you click here, you'll get a list of all the stations. If you see one, that's your station, and only your station picked it up, which is kind of neat.
Yeah,
so this is on the EggNOGS antenna. This is the similar stuff on the quarter wave antenna on the box. Here again is this pico, and if we look here, it's 1422.41. It's minus 128 and minus 7. Here's the same transmission, 1422, minus 128. So the signal strength is about the same, but it's just a little noisier. So not that much difference between the quarter wave and it's pretty interesting. And I don't have the same time slot reception on the other one there, but you can see it's 2 degrees elevation, 2.5, 126 and minus 8.5. So you can see some interesting data, and as you improve your station or try and make changes, you can see what happens here.
Yeah.
And having two, you can have one, is one better than the other.
Right.
So maybe you can seesaw them back and forth and bring them both up.
I'm really impressed with the quality. Even in my professional life, I don't see dashboards, right? I mean, dashboards are kind of the rage, in terms of, data analytics. And, the dashboards that are part of this TinyGS project are really pretty fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty neat. And it's all volunteers and open source and students and stuff, so it's great.
Yeah.
So now we can move into the alpha, which you talked about last week. So this is be a quick review here. It is launched. One of the questions I had of Josh at Cornell is it on the space station? Because it's a little confusing trying to read through things because they're not totally up to date. Yes, it is on the space station. So it's a light sail. So what they're using is the energy from the sun to take and propel it. And there's been several over the years. I'm kind of familiar with them. I'm a Planetary Society member, and they had a light sail project a couple of years ago. So they show the relative size of the sail compared to a human being. And here's alphas. It's quite a bit smaller.
Yeah, they've really come a long way.
Yeah. Yeah, this thing's huge.
Mm.
Was it? I can't read it. That's the speed. Yeah, I don't see anything that shows the area there. Of course, they have to fit this thing inside a CubeSat. So they had this origami folding technique that this thing gets all folded up into one of these little squares. And on their webpage here is a video, explains the whole mission, shows how all this is going together, how the launching system works, how they folded this up. So it's like 6 or 7 minutes long, really worth watching.
Yeah, yeah.
You really see how sharp these students are to come up with all this stuff. This has been going on for years. Probably some students worked on it and they've graduated and gone on to a career somewhere, and other students are coming into the program now and still working on it. So
yeah, that's
watch this.
I know on the Alpha CubeSat website, they do have an alumni page, right, where you can see team members that have, just like you said, right, they were early on and part of the project, and they've since graduated, and I'm sure they're cheering on the rest of the team as this thing gets ready to be deployed.
Yeah, so let's see what else we got here. So the CubeSat here has a radio system, but they're using the Iridium satellite system to communicate to and from the satellite. So this allows them to control it and see the telemetry from it anywhere in the world through the Iridium satellite system. Once this thing pops out, on the sail here is the little chipsets. These are the little LoRa transmitters that will be receiving. And this shows 2 of them. I'm not sure if there's 2 or 4 exactly what, but they're just little things stuck on there.
I think they said there's 4, right? They've got 4 for redundancy. So I think they maybe have 2 on each side. I'm not sure, but I did read that they have 4.
Oh, good. This was just kind of a neat shot. It shows you the relative size of the sail. Here's the CubeSat. All the frame material stack up here. That's all 3D printed. Maybe one of the first 3D printed satellites. I'm not sure. And these other students are holding the various assemblies. It looks like it goes in there. So again, a lot of smart kids here working on this stuff. And just another drawing that kind of shows the sail and how it folds up. Here it says, ×4 here, they call it.
Yeah.
Something different here. And they got these wire things here that spring open, which pulls it open. They've experimented this with a high altitude balloon. So this would be the exit point on the CubeSat. In the video, they actually show the little nylon string that's by heating wire, that when they heat the wire, the nylon spring breaks, and then the spring pops and pushes it out. And so here, and the video actually shows it coming out. And you can see they've got looks like 4 GoPro cameras on the balloon package here. And they say they will have there is a camera on the CubeSat, so they can see it and see that the sail is opening up, hopefully. And again, just all the major components. It's sitting here now in one of these canisters, and it'll go bing out. They have 3 magnetorque, magnets in the CubeSat, and they'll supply a magnetic or a current to get a magnetic field with those, so they can stabilize this and get it pointed in the right direction before they release the sail.
This has just so much technology in it, and this is kind of in a class above what we normally see in our amateur radio satellites. The fact that this is communicating with the Iridium system, right? That's a system that covers the entire Earth, so they can be in constant contact with this, where a lot of our amateur satellites, the ground station is at, they're in the same boat that we are. They have to wait for a pass to, to get a downlink from that bird. I mean, the fact that they were able to get this on the Iridium system, I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, just to kind of wrap this up here, we talked about the Iridium. The CubeSat is on the ISS. December 1st is their new scheduled target date. And I got this message about 6 hours ago from them. So
yep,
that's the hot news. And there's a mailing list. Like I mentioned, Josh is working on his PhD. So this is a email he gave me for one of the other team members on the project. It's pretty easy to take and remember, for 3D printing at Gmail, and ask Andy to be put on the Alpha Mission mailing list so you can keep up to date. They also have a LinkedIn page, and this has a lot of information here, and this seems to be updated more than their web. So those are two things you can do to stay in touch. Also in the go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I saw that they did send out one of the mailing list emails tonight, which, I'm not sure if it's a weekly thing or if it's just when they have news, because, they did just learn about the launch being pushed. But yeah, I would encourage everybody who's interested in this to get on that mailing list, right? Just to reiterate, and I know there was a question, Kelly had a question in the chat. This is a 2-day mission once it launches. So, there's 2 trips around the Earth. So,
more than that.
More than that, probably, maybe, I don't know, maybe what, 6 or 8, maybe. But, you might only get a couple of passes. So you got to be ready.
And the chipsets are only 100 milliwatts.
Yeah, that's a great point.
The lowest power satellite that's up there now is 600 milliwatts, so it's going to be a lot weaker. So anything you can do to improve your reception by using the TinyGS satellites now will take and better your chances of being able to receive a 100 milliwatt signal from 1,000 miles away.
Yeah.
So,
good stuff.
And I see Smitty from Halibut is in the chat room here. So hi, Mark.
Oh, nice.
Okay, the chipsat sale ground station guide, which you showed last week. Another thing they mentioned in that newsletter today is really pay attention to the online versions. Don't print it out and let it sit for 2 weeks. They may be making changes to it. And I found something when I programmed mine, my display wasn't working, and I had to go into the dashboard and reload a slightly different version of code or something, then the display worked. And when I first mentioned that to Josh, he said, yeah, somebody else kind of mentioned that. So I think he's tweaked that up with the current release that's up on the website. You'll never remember all of this. So
right.
Point your phones at this and get the link now, or
watch
the video later.
I'll definitely put that. Yeah, I'll definitely put that in the description. For everyone who is on the community list, I sent out the reminder for the stream. It also has that link for that file, and that file is it's a Word file, if I recall.
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah, I think it is. I think it's a Word file.
Yeah, it's a doc. Yeah.
Yep. But you should be able to view it in a browser. Most browsers will let you view that these days. All right.
I got through that a little bit longer than I wanted to, but
hey, that's a lot of great information there. Thanks for taking the time to walk through that. Thanks for putting it together too, Randy. That was great.
You're welcome.
Hope it was good stuff.
I'll turn the show back over to the host here.
Well, Smitty, great to have you out there. I don't know if you've been lurking or if you just joined, but Randy did a great job of showing the performance of the EggNOGS Eggbeater. Really, probably your best receiving antenna without a without some sort of amplifier on it. So it's good stuff there. All right, Kelly, thanks for the super chat there. Everything I need in one place. Yeah, thanks, Randy. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's see. We're going to talk about a few different things here. Let me get some stuff organized here. Okay. Yeah, Smitty, you have to go back and see. He's got some graphs that talk about the performance compared to a quarter wave ground plane, a couple quarter wave ground plane and some rabbit ears that he, yeah. So it's good stuff. All right. Let me switch over here. Let me see. Let me find the right. Okay, I probably need to jump over here. And then let me see if we're going to look at a few different websites here. We're also going to look at some overhead stuff. We're actually going to do a little bit of, we're going to put one of these things together. But let me see if, let's see if I can bring Randy in here. There we go. We'll bring Randy in here too, so he can join in on the fun. If we're blocking something important, I can hide us, so.
Sure.
All right.
I'm focusing on the chat room over here when you see me
okay.
look this way. So I'm still paying attention.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Hey, I'm good at putting people to sleep. It's one of my great skills. Something I'll mention here real quick, right? If you guys want to play along, I curated a little store here that has a bunch of the things, right? Sometimes you just want to buy something and plug it together and make it work. So I've got a list of items here out in my Amazon store. You get the link in the description. You also get it in the community list, but it's got, and these items here all came out of this, this file here that was provided by Cornell, right? This is that doc file that we were talking about. So, but for you guys that are interested, want to play, I tried to make it easy for you so you can go out and grab the various pieces and parts. Now, you may have some of this stuff already as well, right? So certainly raid your own, raid your shack first. The big thing is this is a 433 megahertz version of the Heltec, right? You know, we use the 915 version here in the US for Meshtastic. So, you know, unless you had something very specific, you're likely not going to be able to take what you were running on Meshtastic in the US here and use it for this project. So you'll have to pick up a 433.
What I said earlier about being bored with your Meshtastic and reprogramming it for this will not work.
Well, we have a little bit of an international audience here, so some of those folks will be able to do that, Randy. That'll work for some.
There are some 915 meg satellites, I believe, but I've never investigated it. So.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, and we had already talked about this. I did want to point out, again, I think this is an awesome board for the price. The fact that it's a auto switching amplifier, right, that you can actually transmit through, and it turns off the receive amplifier when you do that is amazing. It'll also increase your transmit. This thing can operate on a This is just an incredible little device for the price. Where'd I see it here? Depending on how much power you give it, here it is. Right, so depending on how much power you give it, you get some extra oomph on this, right? Whether you're running it at 3.7 volts up to 6 volts. So pretty cool little piece of kit here. All right, let's see. One thing else I did want to point out in the documentation for TinyGS, they mention the Heltec V1 and V2. They do not mention the V3. The V3 looked like it would work. It had all the right specs. It's got the ESP32. It looked like it would work. So I took a chance. I bought this one because it's USB-C, right? If I can buy something that's USB-C over micro USB, I'm going to do that every time. I was able to successfully load that, and that's what I'll be showing tonight. So if you look in the documentation and it says get a V1 or V2, you can also get the V3, and it'll work out of the box. All right. Let's see here. And I just have this here for reference. One of the things that I do, and I'll show you here in just a minute, is when I'm using this amplifier with this board, right? You can go to the documentation here and you can see where this Heltec provides power, and you can power your amplifier straight from here, right? So we'll talk about that a little bit as well. Again, here is that website. This is the alphacubesat.cornell.edu. Links will be in the description. I encourage you to go out here and check this out. There really is a lot of great info in here. I believe, yeah, here's the alumni page, right? So you can go out. Yeah, it looks like maybe they're doing a little bit of maintenance on here or something. This looked a little different when I looked at it before, but here you can see, you know, the whole team that's working on it. There's a lot of great stuff out here. You know, if you're interested in the mission, check that out. All right. This is the instruction. It's really pretty well done. I mean, I give the team a lot of credit. This thing, it's informative. It tells you a little bit more, right? These are those CubeSats, and you can see, you know, how they put them on those light sails. And a lot of good information here. But this is also walks you through how to set up your ground station. Okay, so we're going to use this as a reference tonight. And let me just show you. Let me switch over here real quick. Let me find my overhead. Okay. And, you know, this is a project that's really just an assembly project. That's the good news, right? Anybody can do this. Here, let me bring Randy in here. I think I can bring Randy in here as well. Yeah, there we go. So this is really an assembly project. So anybody can do this, right? All you need are the parts. You follow the directions, you're going to be fine. So I've got this actually, this is that V3 board. I've flashed it once. We're going to go through flashing it so you guys can see how that works. Here, let me zoom in a little bit. And you can see, right, this is, you can see the screens that cycle through. Okay.
That is so neat.
Yeah, it really is. You know, I've got this little antenna on it. This is the antenna, the SMA antenna connector that comes with the board. Right, I stuck it on there, and I put this little smiley 433 megahertz antenna on there just while I was playing with it. And then you can also see, if I turn this over, this is the leads that come with this little amplifier. And I just soldered these, and it's not difficult, right? There's pin 1 and 2 on the right side of the board. If you're looking at the USB port, pins 1 and 2, number 1 being the ground, that gives you 5 volts that you can then plug into your amplifier. Okay, so that is super simple. All right, let me just take a second here and see if we've got any questions here. What about the V4? You know, I don't have a 70 centimeter version of the V4. I bought a V4, but it's the 915 megahertz version. It's not the 433. Yep. Yeah. Smitty already called that out. Great. Yeah. I think I moved it off to my other desk. I cleared the decks here before tonight. But yeah. Now here's the other. Ooh, let me think about this for just a quick second. That V4 also comes in two different flavors. There's a high power version and a low power version. That sticks in my mind for some reason. Just make sure, I think you need to get the low power version, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember the detail on that, but make sure you guys look at that and make sure you get the right version. That's probably the most important part. All right, let's see. Any other questions? I don't think so. Okay, great. Let me move that out of the way. And okay, so I've got this connected to my desktop. I'm getting power to it from my desktop, and that's what we're going to use to flash it. Now, here's the thing that's just a little, this caught me off guard a little bit. You have to have a Telegram account to get all this stuff set up. And I was not a Telegram user, so I'm not, fluent in how Telegram works and all the rest of that. And it's a little different. First of all, you can't do it without it. You're going to have to set up a Telegram account. Also, Telegram, you have to have a phone number to set up a Telegram account. You can't get around it. Now, the good news is you can use a VoIP number to set up a Telegram account. You guys may have, if you guys are Google Voice users, I've had a Google Voice number for years and years and years. Probably since like 2011 or 2012. And it used to be you could use a Google Voice number for absolutely anything and everything. But these days, a lot of services do not allow you to use a VoIP number for various things. But Telegram does. So if you've got, a Google Voice, and I'm sure there's some others out there, I'm not familiar with them. I'm sure if you just do a little bit of Googling, you'll find some if you don't want to use your regular phone number. All right, so that's here, let me find some notes here. I've got some notes as well. All right, so let's start out. Let's see here. I'm going to try to start out. Let me go back to... Oh, this is... I forgot I set this view up. This might be a little bit better. Maybe, maybe not. We'll try to work with this. Okay. Let's see here. Let's flash the device. So let me go ahead and bring up our browser. I'll be jumping around here a little bit so that we can see, kind of everything that's going on. All right, so if we bring up the browser, and, well, we don't want to start there. We're going to start here. One thing I'll point out to you, and Randy and I were talking about this a little earlier today. If you get into this TinyGS website and you hear that, that's coming from this website. It's coming from the page that has the map on it. So, you likely want to turn that off. It tells you, I think, when you've got a satellite in range, maybe. Or maybe it just does it all the time. I'm not sure, Randy.
Oh, show us where you can, turn it off.
Yeah.
That radar there?
Well,
Near the top.
I turned it off at the browser. Is there a place to turn it off here as well?
Yeah. Yeah, where it says radar there in the top right, just oops, down. It says radar there. Above. Up,
here.
up.
Gotcha.
So that,
there we go.
There you go. Sound off.
All right, so I'll turn my browser back on.
We got driving everybody crazy. We couldn't figure out where it was coming from.
All right. So you got to have an account too, right? So you have to log in, and you have to have an account to set up your TinyGS. Okay. I want to make sure I get this straight, because I've done this like 2 or 3 different times, and I do it differently every single time, it seems. Let me just grab my notes so I tell you guys the right way. Well, it looks like... Yeah, let's see. We may be able to go straight over to here. Let's try it. It's not as straightforward as you would hope it is, right? It's just, it can be a little bit confusing. We're going to go straight to the installer here. This is installer.tinygs.com. Again, I'll have all these links in there for you guys. You can also get to this by, I think there's a link here. Oh, somewhere I saw it. Oh, I think I'm still on the login page. Or maybe I'm not. Maybe you have to go to the login page. Maybe not. All right. I'm trying not to get you guys confused, because I got myself pretty confused whenever I was going through this originally. But if you start with this installer, plug your device in, right? So we're plugged in, right? So I've got, this red cable here is plugged into the PC. And we're going to go down here, and we're just going to tell it we're going to do an install. Okay, now let's see. That didn't pop up for you guys. So just like whenever you are flashing Meshtastic, it's going to ask you which COM port your device is connected to. So unfortunately, you guys can't see that on the screen, but you get that little window that shows you all the COM ports that you've got in your system. You have to pick the right one, and then you tell it that you want to connect. Okay. Now, since I've already got this installed on here, I think it gives me the option to look at the logs of the console, or I can just install the TinyGS. Okay, I'm gonna install right over top of what I've already got. Now, the recommendation is that you erase your device when you install this. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. It's gonna say, "Are you sure?" Yep, everything's gonna be erased, and this takes about 2 minutes, if I recall. And if we switch over here, right, you can't see too much happening on the board quite yet, but you can see we're counting through. Yeah, it says it'll take 2 minutes. And while that's taking a couple minutes, let me check in chat and see if anybody's got any questions. Let's see. Yeah, some other Google Voice users out there. Okay, good. I don't see any questions out there. All right, we're almost there. All right, we're in the home stretch.
So always slower when you're waiting.
Yeah, as soon as you do that, you start to see a screen here, and you may not be able to see that it says connect to AP. So one of the first things you've got to do is you've got to connect to your Wi-Fi. So let me get back to here. And this is really pretty well done. So this is going to, look for Wi-Fi. I'll go ahead and I can't recall if this shows my password, so I'll protect my password here. All right. All right, so it connected me. I think it connected me. I told it to connect to my device, but it seems to not be doing that. Let's take a look here. Okay, so this is kind of the regular menu I was expecting. Let me just look here and see if we've got... Yep, so it shows it's connected to the Wi-Fi. It sets up a one-time password, and it's got an IP address. You know what I'm going to do, actually? I'm sorry, guys. I connected this to my guest network. I don't want to connect it to the guest network. So I'm going to quickly do another install. And that's the good thing here, right? Is you can...
we can change the Wi-Fi from right there.
Oh, look at that.
There you go.
Thanks, Randy. Good eyes. All right. Let me try this again. Okay, trying to connect. It was able to connect. Let me show you guys. And we'll continue. Okay, we're right back here to the regular. Let me see. Yeah. Let me swap this around and show you guys what it did on here. You might not be able to see it, but it shows me my home network, gives me a one-time password, and it gives me the IP address. Okay. Now I'm going to choose to visit the device. And this is where it's acting a little odd. We might take a different route here. Here, I'm going to just put the IP address of the device in. See if it can find it. Oh, that's what it's struggling.
This always happens during a demo.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull the power on this thing. I'm going to give it a second, and then I'll power it back up. Okay. Put the power back to it. I'm just going to run through the install again. This is probably the 5th or 6th time I've reflashed this thing. All right, I'm going to install. I want to erase the device. Yes, install. Hey, if it goes perfect, then nobody learns anything, right? All right, let's see. Yeah, well, in my guest network, has a captive portal on it, so I think that probably threw it. We're almost there. So I know a number of folks have purchased some of the equipment here. Do we have anybody in chat who has gone through the process of setting this up yet? I know Dawn has. Dawn's been telling me to get on to TinyGS forever. All right, install complete. Let's try again. All right. Okay, let's see if we can visit the device now. Well, I'm going to be really bummed if all of a sudden my device isn't going to work. Here, let's try something else while we're here. Let's see if it's putting anything out to the console. There's just a very few number of console commands that I've found in playing with these. Okay. Network change was detected. Let's try again. Yeah, that's the right IP. I wonder if my my home router is, because it's interesting. That's the exact every time I flash this, I guess the reservation for the IP is still out there. Doesn't appear to want to connect though. And it doesn't seem like I've got anything here. So let me do a reset here. There's power on. It hasn't given me the menu of commands yet, so that's kind of interesting. Let's see if I can visit the device now. I guess I flashed it one too many times. I made it mad. Let's see here. Go back to the console. Reset the device one more time. Give it a second. Let me be a little more patient. Give it a second. Let's see. Kelly's ordering in the morning. Paul's not tried it yet. MAC address. Yeah, I'm sure it's still got a reservation for that MAC. Yeah, what you looked at last week only listed the older board supported. Yeah, it's nice that you can use that V3. All right, let's see. Am I getting anything here? This would normally give me like 4 menu items. I don't know if you've looked at the console before, Randy.
I saw it once. You about 4 or 5 things you reset. And,
yeah,
a couple other things.
They're all. I can't. I think Bang 0 was a reset. Oh.
There.
Let's see. Oh no, that was the one-time code. So.
It's not getting the MQTT.
Well, I haven't. Yeah.
That far.
Yeah, I haven't got that far. So that wouldn't surprise me. Let me see if ooh, I'm not on a gray screen anymore. Let's see if this is any better. That should be like really quick. All right, I'm going to try, let's see. Let me do a reboot here and see if it takes this command. Yep, okay. So that's good. We'll let it reboot. So it brought me back here. Let's see. And this is still trying to hit that IP. The IP is not changed. What I might do is go into my router and remove that reservation. I'm thinking it might be hung up there. Let me see if I can get back to... Yeah, it certainly feels like like something's not installed correctly. All right, let's see here. Let me cycle the power on it one more time before I try one more flash.
Do you have a different board you can try?
I do not. I had to buy this one just, since it's a 433 megahertz board.
Yeah.
The other thing I can look at is how do you factory reset this thing? All right, let's see. I'm just plugging it back in. Let me just make sure that didn't do anything. I don't think it did. I don't know that I used this cable the last time. I wonder if that might be, could it be a cable issue? Could be a cable issue. All right, I'm going to try something. I'm going to steal a cable. So Randy, well, you might not be able to see it. Okay. I turned off my overhead cam. We're going to try something else. So those of you who play with Meshtastic know that if you don't have a cable that's capable of data, you can't flash your Meshtastic device. I wonder if that's what I'm running into. All right. So this thing's back up. I'm going to tell it I want to install. I mean, it looked like it was doing something, but it's hard for me to tell because it was already flashed. It already had the firmware on it. So I stole the cable off my overhead cam, folks. So as soon as we'll try this, I'll see. This is what no overhead cam. All right, let's see what's going on out here in the chat. If you power cycle it, Jody says, if you power cycle it and it's broadcasting an SSID of my TinyGS, your Wi-Fi setup didn't stick. Yeah, I didn't look to see. Oh, sorry, Tom. The good news is it'll be back around again. It'll be back.
Gee, the number of viewers has gone up since you've been struggling with this, Rob.
Ah, that's the way it goes, right? Yeah. All right, let's see. Scanning for networks.
That's your printer, isn't it?
That's a printer, yeah. The other thing that is interesting is that it's double listing. I'm not sure why that is. All right, let's see. We're going to try visit device. Come on, you turkey. Let's see. Boy, that's not a good... I mean, usually it's just bam. Immediate.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let me... It feels like I've got to do something like a factory reset on this thing or something. It's got a reset button. That's just like a power cycle, though. Now, let's see if there is like a button sequence or something to wipe the firmware. Well, I didn't want that. Let's do this instead. Well, nothing on this data sheet. Let me just check back. Nope, nothing. All right, so I don't think it's a cable issue. So let me get my cable, or let me get my camera back on. All right. So it's got the little Wi-Fi symbol on here. It's got my home network. It's got a one-time password, and that is different. That's cycling. So you know what? Let me check something here real quick. I'm going to check real quick and see. I'm going to check in my router and see if I can just eliminate that. So it picks up a different IP address. I don't know if that's going to make a difference or not. All right, let me check this real quick. Find my clients. And this is the kind of stuff we get into, Randy. We kind of go down these rabbit holes, and that's why these streams can end up being like 4 hours long sometimes.
It works perfectly when the cameras are off. You're not streaming. You know,
yeah, that's
it's done. Like it says 5 minutes. But,
all right, let's see here. So I'm showing that it's connected to the network. And all right, so let's see, do I have... All right, here's what I'm going to do. All right, I'm going to see if this works. So I'm going to unplug this thing. I gave it a reservation. I gave this device a reservation of a different IP address. Okay, so it gave it the new IP address. Did it? Yeah, it sure did. Okay. So it gave it a different IP address. And I'm just going to change that. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Here, I guess you guys can't see that. So, yeah, so what I did is I went into my my router, and I'm set up for DHCP on my home network. Right? Everyone's geeks here, so everyone is interested in this stuff. So that's the good news. So I'm set up for DHCP on my home network. This device, every time I was rebooting it, it was getting assigned the same IP address. And it seems like something's just not, I don't know what the issue is. I'll worry about that later. But what I did is I went in, I found the device in my router, and I gave it a specific IP address. You know, I'm not letting DHCP do its thing. I assigned it an IP address, came back out here, changed the IP address to the assigned IP, and boom, I'm back in. So I am sure that has to do with the fact that I've been unplugging, replugging, flashing, reflashing, all that type of stuff. So just something for you guys to be aware of. Now, most of you, you know, I was reflashing this because I wanted to try to capture all the steps and make sure I could convey that and share that. You guys likely won't need to worry about doing that. So that's the good news. All right. So back on track here. So this is the dashboard. We've got something here called a one-time password. So that's, one-time password code. That's going to be important here, right? Let's see here. Let me get back on track. I've kind of lost my whole
Is it time to go to Telegram?
What's that?
Is it time to go to Telegram?
I don't think it's quite time. I mean, it may be.
Okay.
I think we have a couple of little setup items here that we want to do. Let me just find my... What did I do with my... Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. So we configured Wi-Fi. Okay, we visit the device. And we copied our password. That's good. Let's see. We can just look at some of these other things here just super quick, I think. Uh-oh. Okay. So here is...
it's the default.
Yeah. So here's another important point to make note of. The default username on this is admin, right? So,
and there's no way you can change that. It's that forever. Yeah,
unfortunately. Now the default password is, I think is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
7,
Might
8.
be 7, 8.
Yeah.
8 characters. Maybe. Okay.
There it is.
There it is. Okay, so you can see all of this good stuff here. I wanted to go to a different page. Let's see. I'm going to go out of the config here. Let's go back. See if I can get back to that main menu. Okay. Configure parameters. I'm just taking a look here because I don't recall what I looked at next. Okay, this is the same thing. Okay. So the user's admin, you can change the password, so that's good. You can reset your Wi-Fi password. There's another way to do this. There's another way to configure this. This is not the way I configured it originally. Okay. I think this is where we want to go to Telegram. I think you're right. Okay. All right,
Let's see on page 14, I think, or thereabouts.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, that's another good point here, is that these steps are outlined here in this Cornell doc. When I followed them through here, though, I think it starts on like page 14 or 15.
There you go. Yeah, right there.
Oh yeah, so this is basically what we did, right? We did the install, we visited the device, connected it to the network, got our one-time password. Okay, now this is where things get kind of interesting. So there's a couple ways you can do this. Well, first of all, I guess we got to go to, I think the Telegram way is kind of odd. I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to go to, is this where I was able to, I think, oh yeah, okay. Now it's coming back to me. All right. So again, you have to sell up
to the Telegram page.
Yeah.
It's going to give you your MQTT login credentials.
Yeah. So when you go to this page, right, you get this, and you might think I just click on join group and I'm off to the races. But you click join group, and if you don't have Telegram installed on the PC, nothing happens. Okay. So you can either install Telegram on your PC, or you can install it on your mobile.
Yeah.
And so what I did is I installed Telegram on my mobile. I didn't install it on the PC. So I just want you guys to be aware, if you come up to this site and you keep telling it you want to join the group, like it tells you you need to join the group, unless you have Telegram installed, you're not going anywhere. All right, so you bring up Telegram. Here, let me jump over here so you guys can see what's going on here. Here, let me find Telegram here first. You set up your Telegram. Account. Now you can pull up TinyGS on your phone as well, right? Because this is kind of a long URL to try to type in or mess around with, right? So you can bring up TinyGS. Here, maybe I should do that just so you guys can see it. And I'll bring it up here for you guys in just a second. Right, let's see. Am I pinging?
Yeah.
All right, I'm not sure which one. It might be the one here on my phone. All right, let me bring this up so you guys can see this. All right, so I've got TinyGS on my phone. I hit the little 3-dot menu, tell it I want to register, and that gives me the exact same page. Now have Telegram already installed on your phone, and when you click that, you can tell it you want to join the group. Okay, and when you do that, it's going to load a couple of, I got to see, is that, I know I got to turn that off. You guys are going to go crazy. Here, let's see which. oh yeah, it's got to be this one here. So let me, oh no, that says sound off. All right, we'll see if it comes back. So it gives you two different, I guess these are groups in your Telegram app. It gives you the Telegram, or it gives you the TinyGS community. And, you know, there's a lot of different rooms that you can check out, kind of like Discord. I know a lot of you guys are Discord users. I don't know if you're Telegram users. But the key one that you need here is this TinyGS personal bot. This is where, and you can see I've done this a few times, you put in this web login. You put in a web login command. And it gives you a URL to log into the system. Now, let me go back. Let me go back over here. And I think I can do the same thing if I click here. There's a couple of different ways you can do this. Now, I've already got a TinyGS account set up. You can also request a login here. And in this case, it sends you an email. And hopefully that's just not super confusing. So I'm doing it, and I know it's a little bit confusing. I'm doing it this way here. Let me check my inbox. I'm doing it this way so that I can grab that big long URL to open. Oh, you know what? I told it here. Let me. Well, I've done this a couple of different ways. I didn't do it with my Digital Rancher one. I did it with my W5 ITR one. All right, I'm going to wait for this email to come in. Okay, I've got my email. And I know you guys can't see that. Let me bring this up here. And I think this is, okay, so this is my old station. I'm going to delete it so it doesn't cause confusion. Okay. So once you go to the address, either that they send you a button, right? If you click on the button in your email, or if you click on the link in Telegram, it's going to take you to this page. And this is what it'll look like. Okay. This is where you can set up how frequently you want them to send you information on your the packets your station has decoded. This is also where you get the details for your MQTT. And this is where you can set up a new station. Okay. Randy, do you think I missed anything through there? Let me check.
That's kind of it.
Yeah, I just want to check and see if anybody in the chat got lost.
Just need to dig up your one-time password number.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. Okay, doesn't look like we've got any questions there. Okay. So now, right, you can call your station whatever you want to call it. I'm going to call it the same thing as my other one. One-time password. Now, you either wrote that down whenever we were over here. Does this one show us the one? This one doesn't show us the one-time password.
No.
So we lost that one page, right? I wrote that down, though. Or the other thing you can do, is look on the board itself. It actually has the one-time password for you on the board itself. So I'm going to put in the one-time password.
I just kind of make notes in the margins of passwords and those numbers in the printed here. So you've got them when you get a few steps down the path.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to leave this big screen up here. Now, the next thing you need to do, and this is, I think, what Jody was maybe thinking, or, you know,
Yeah.
it goes, I mean, you could put in your long lat if you knew exactly what it was, right? You can get that a few different ways. The other thing you can do is you can come in here and you can just find whereabouts you are on the map.
Yeah. Yeah, I put myself in the middle of the bridge that's going across the Rogue River. So you may not want to put your house on here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't want to put it exactly on here. I'm outside of Springtown, but I'm going to put it right on the town, because I think this is the same grid square anyhow.
Yeah, and it shouldn't make that much difference in the elevation angles and stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. And I'm just going to put in a temporary password here. Let's see. Got to be at least 6 characters, it said. Oh, actually, here, let me put something in I might remember. That might be good. Okay, and then you have to set your time zone. Let's see. Trying to remember without scrolling. I don't remember. You have to... Okay, so... The good news is I shouldn't have to go too far. There we go. All right. And then I'm going to come down here and I'm going to tell it to create. And then you wait for just a minute. And if you watch down here, it'll tell you when it has connected to the TinyGS network. So in that first step, we loaded up the device with the software, and now we're connecting to the network. And it probably is down here. Let's see. Status contacted. It did connect? Okay, yep. Good. I've got it's sitting right behind my camera, so I can't see it. All right, great. I mean, I'm used to it coming up with a green bar, though. And this is still saying creating. I'm going to give it a second here just to see. I want to see that green bar. And it
says station contacted. It says contacted, not connected.
Yeah.
Maybe it hasn't responded back.
Yeah, maybe. We'll give it a second here.
Well, when you all have problems with this, send Rob your
I am going to create a I'm going to create my own set of instructions here and I'm going to do it absent of, or out, not watching or looking at this. And then I'm going to compare them, and I'll put that out somewhere so folks can grab it. I was able to work through these instructions and I got where I needed to be.
Yeah.
But it's a little convoluted. And I think, a big part of the reason it gets convoluted is because of the Telegram thing.
Yeah, see, the printout you were just scrolling through, it showed it as a green bar down there.
Oh, wait. Did you see that somewhere?
Yeah, in the printout. Yeah, the instructions.
Oh, in the
you were just
printout.
looking
Yeah.
at. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting to see, that green
Yeah,
bar.
there it is.
And we don't have that yet. So, and then the other thing I've noticed is, that once you connect, that's when you start to see the screen cycle.
Scrolling.
Yeah. So we're not there yet. Let me just make sure.
Not happy.
Yeah, I'm going to just make sure I got my one-time password incorrect. I do. I don't think any of those other things should stop it. Okay, let's cancel this. What's it say? All right, let me just double check here. Yeah, that's what I did before, and I used an underscore. Sometimes things don't like certain characters, but I had the underscore before. One-time password.
I tried a dash, and it didn't like that.
Yeah. 822042, that's good. That shouldn't change anything. Let me just make this. Oh, it shows you if they match, so that shouldn't have been a problem. Okay.
No.
Let's try create again. Now, these little boards don't have like the best Wi-Fi antenna on them. I don't know if you guys can see this little spring looking thing on here. That's the Wi-Fi antenna.
Yeah, it's not like the little shiny thing on the end there.
Oh yeah, that's a little different on that board.
Yeah. I found that the thing connects to your Wi-Fi when it boots really quick.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy is not wanting to. Let me cancel here again. I'm going to close the dialogue. Let me start fresh. Let's see. There's nothing else there. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the dash. But so they're doing input validation, so you're not going to put in something it shouldn't like. 822042. Tell it where I'm in Springtown. Got a password in there. We're going to go for America, Chicago. Hey, time's got to turn the clocks back Sunday night, right? Right, or Saturday night? Sunday morning?
Saturday night.
Yeah. All right, let's try again. Create. Ooh, failed to initiate. Oh, maybe it doesn't like... Oh, wait a second. Did it create it? It's acting like it created it. All right, so let me close this dialogue. Let me refresh this page. Oh, look at that. So it actually did complete before. It just never came back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And now what's really interesting, right, is this guy is back.
Yeah. That's what
This
it's
guy is
supposed to be
cycling.
doing.
Yep. All right. Wow.
As
All right,
long
so
as 5-minute install.
yeah, how about it? How about it? All right, this all looks good.
Well, we still have 38 viewers watching you struggle through this.
Yeah, everybody, everyone loves misery.
Either that or they're all busy on FT8 at the same time. And
Yeah,
stop
I think
watching.
there's probably a little bit of that. Probably a little bit of that too. So just a couple of things to point out here. If you hit that edit station, you can come in here and provide a little bit of information about your station. I'm going to be setting up a quarter wave ground plane antenna, so I'll add that. I could put a description here if I wanted to. You can set the range of your antenna. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to also put it in test mode right now. The interface is pretty good. They give you some pop-ups to tell you what all of these mean. Right, so if you set it into test mode, then any received packets are marked as test packets, right? And because I'm kind of, jumping all over the place here, I don't know if these packets would cause an issue. I guess I should show you guys what I'm looking at. I don't know that these packets would cause an issue, but, since I'm flashing, reflashing, and reflashing again, I just put it into test mode.
Yeah,
I also...
He's covering it up.
Oh, yeah, let me...
Just push me down.
Let me drop Randy off there for just a quick second. Okay, so that's this test mode switch. I left it for auto update. That's fine. If you want to get more frequent updates, you can turn on the beta firmware. And then you can also drop a photo in here if you want. Okay. And then, something else that you need to change. So this is all configured for these TinyGS satellites, right? This is ready to go. It's ready to rock and roll. Whenever we're setting this up to track the Alpha satellite, right? That CubeSat, we actually have to come in here and make a change, right? So you're going to want to leave it in the default status while you're testing your antennas, making sure everything's working the way you expect it to. But whenever we get notice that it's game time and they're ready to deploy, this guide walks us through the changes that you need to make. Let's see, right here. This is the key, right? And so you come in here, disable this, and then you change the satellite name. I forget what they call it.
I think it's
CubeSats. Yeah, so it's CubeSats. They've got a few of them in here. Now, this is the thing, right? To Randy's point earlier, you don't want to work from a static version of this document because they actually say right in here that they may create a specific satellite for the sale, right? And they may call it Alpha Sale, but this document will be updated with exactly how you need to configure this whenever it's game time. Right? So that's a key point. Okay, I'm not going to save the config here because I want it to be in the, well, look at that. It saved it anyhow. I'm going to put that back on. Right, because I want to test and make sure my antenna and everything's working well with the standard satellites. Let's see. It's got me as
Why is it red?
red. Yeah. Let's see. I'll just give it a few seconds here and see. Maybe it's got a... shows it offline. It's actually on.
You may have to refresh the page.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There it's back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm back. Okay. All right.
Because where it shows the number of packets there, that won't update automatically. So if you checked it and an hour later you come back and check it again, you have to refresh.
Oh, yeah. Good
page.
point. Good point.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we've got any quick questions here. Because I'm going to show you guys my deployment real quick. How I'm going to put this out. Let me grab my chat here. Let's see. My screen did not show up. Let's see. Probably your browser. Let's see. Where are we at? TinyGS is supposed to pull accurate time. That's good. Pulling NTP from Cloudflare. That's probably as good as any, right? Let's see. I use Cloudflare DNS. Let's see. Just installed gpredict on my Raspberry Pi. Nice. Okay. All right. Okay, so I think we're back. I think we're back and caught up. So now that we've got this thing installed, configured, right? The board's configured. It's got the software on it. I'm going to go ahead and pull the plug on it. And I'm going to pull the antenna off this. And I'm going to walk you through what I'm doing here in my, in my phase 1 trial, if you will. So, I've got this little amplifier. And so I'm just taking my antenna, and now you have to take a look at these. I don't know how well this is going to show up. Maybe I need to, there we go. There is a in and an out side. You can see this is the output side. This is the input side. Okay, so input being where the antenna is going to connect, and then output coming into the board, out of the amplifier and into the board. Okay, so I just connected that. If you guys recall, in the shopping list, there's the little, there's the these little male-to-male connectors. So that's where those come into play for my configuration. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this power lead, right, that I soldered onto pins 1 and 2 onto this board. And I'm going to plug them. I'm going to plug that into the amplifier. Okay. And then let me show you guys my little project box. All right, let me see. I probably need to zoom out just a little bit here. I'll show you guys what I've done for the project. If I can get over there. Okay, so I just took a little project box. Actually, let me grab a screwdriver here. One thing I didn't do. All right. So this is just, a cheap project box. from Amazon. If you can see that it's got a little gasket in there. So this is a, you know, a water, I don't know that watertight's the right word. But it's supposed to be. I had that one screw in there. If you look at the channel for the gasket, it goes, right, it doesn't, it's on the inside of where the screws are. So, you know, theoretically, this will be watertight. You just take this gasket. You guys may have used these before, right? You feed it through. There's a little channel here. You weave it through the channel. Right? It just kind of pushes down in there and you weave it through. Okay, I'm not going to do the whole thing right now, but you guys get the idea. And then this has got a little ridge on it. When you push it down on there, it makes it watertight. This is the little pipe, part of the antenna that again was suggested by the Cornell team. It's got this this little piece of pipe, and I just drilled a hole into my project box with a little step bit, and I put this inside, and it comes with, you see it's got a kind of a threaded like large nut for either side, so you can kind of just tighten that down. And let me get these screws out of here. Right, and that's kind of how you can deploy this with the antenna itself sitting at the top of this. So let me get this out of the way. This is the antenna again that was suggested by the Cornell team. I was actually impressed with this antenna. It's you know, this is a nice solid piece of, I'm guessing it's aluminum. But it's exactly the same thing that that Randy showed us in a couple of different flavors, right? He had the one picture from, you know, somebody who I think was probably demonstrating their setup. And then not too different than what Randy built with his welding rods. Right, this is just a little bit of a fancier version of it. I pulled those things off, pulling it out of the pack. Let me just put them back on.
Yeah, it reminds me like a comet or a diamond vertical antenna.
Yeah.
Same thing, yeah. This uses what, a TNC connector on the inside?
It does use a TNC connector. So that's the thing that's, you know, a little different. Folks might not have that laying around. Right, again, and that's why there's a little 1.5 foot piece of coax with that connector on it in that list.
Oh, the antenna does not come with the coax?
It comes with a 10-foot piece or something like that. Okay. Right? I mean, which you could just cut off, make it shorter, right? Sure. At these higher frequencies, you know, losses in the coax is a thing, right?
Yeah.
So, but, you know, here's a short piece of coax with a SMA on one side, and then
right,
that kind of oddball connector that you just don't see very often. So I'm just going to feed that up through. Let's see, try to get this on camera so you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm just feeding it up through here. Try to get this on camera. Put the coax on first. Now, I'm just putting this together because I'm going to throw it out in the driveway here while we're on stream to see if anything comes in. Before I do this for realsies, I might Well, actually, I don't know how you get in there to put any coax seal or anything, so I don't think I will be doing that. And then this just screws right into the antenna. Okay. And so your coax comes right off the antenna right into the box. And let's see here. I've got to figure out how to get all this into the box. Maybe something like that'll work. I'll show you that it's tough to get this on screen while I'm in a weird position. I'll get it in the box and we'll see how it looks. Okay. So that's the input side. That's coax. Hopefully it all fits in here. It's going to fit one way or the other. Let's see. Maybe. I might need to get a bigger box.
You may need a 90-degree adapter.
I might. That might be a good call. Either that or a bigger box where I can turn it.
Yeah, this is the box that's in their list. It might be a little bit larger.
Yeah. I think I am going to need a little bit bigger box. And I've got a bunch of these project boxes laying around.
Yeah.
Right, but the concept will be the same. And then I've got another hole in the bottom here. And I couldn't find my cable glands, but right, the idea is that you bring your cable here that you're going to power the device with into the box. Let's see if I can. Let me just get power to this. Well, this is the one I'm actually going to take outside. So I've got a long, kind of rugged piece. I've used this in several outdoor installations over the last couple of years. Whenever I'm setting up the Meshtastic BBS at like Huntsville, I'll run this piece of USB cable up onto the roof at the cabin and put the Meshtastic node up there. But the idea is, right, you just bring your power source in. I just want everyone to kind of see how this, right, so we got the power for the TinyGS coming up, and then you can see there's a little LED here on the amplifier as well. And that's, there's a couple different colors in the documentation. It tells you what those colors mean. Green is receive. There's another color. Maybe it's red for transmit, but we don't have to worry about transmit here. But yeah, I'm gonna have to put this in a bigger box. But you guys get the idea. Yeah, let's see here. Definitely going to need a bigger box or a 90. Okay.
Here's something I bought. I haven't played with yet. I was thinking about using a PoE switch to feed power around. And this is a PoE to Type-C power adapter, which also passes the network traffic through it.
Gotcha.
I thought was you could run Cat5 cable around outside and stuff, and use the switch to maybe power multiple devices, but it's larger than I thought it would be.
Gotcha.
But,
gotcha.
Just another idea how to power some of this stuff remotely.
Yeah, I've got I've got that long USB cable that I can take to an outlet that I've got on the outside of the house. And the good news is it's the good news and the bad news is, right, it's a 2-day event. So your system doesn't have to be, permanently installed by any stretch. But here, I'll show you guys again just how this, right, we're getting power for the amplifier off of the Heltec, and that's your little receiving station. That's everything you need. But I am curious to see how well this guy works. Randy, as I mentioned when we were chatting earlier, I've also got I've got a larger SSB electronic 70 centimeter LNA. That's a kind of a higher dollar LNA. I want to do a similar exercise that you did, comparing this and the number of packets I receive using this amplifier versus that high dollar one. And then, I'll try that. I've got it around here too. I've got one of those wideband ones, and I want to try that with a filter, and we'll see what all those different things do. Yeah. The one I've got has just a little case in it. I've misplaced it here somewhere. But essentially the same thing. They're both from the same company.
And this is where the TinyGS stuff is kind of interesting, because you can try all these different bits and pieces and see how the performance does. So.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm kind of bummed here that this doesn't fit in this box, only because I wanted to go throw this outside and just see if we could capture any packets while the stream was going on. But I still may be able to do that.
They can let the boards hang out of the box and try.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. I had this running in the shack here for a few days, but I didn't receive any packets because I've got a metal roof on my house. I've got a second story shack, and I don't get anything through this roof.
Yeah. But you could put a big magnet on the bottom of the box and stick it on the roof then.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna hang it like this. It's, this is an experimenter's deployment, right? Doesn't need to be pretty.
Right.
Just, it's not raining outside. It's not gonna hurt anything.
Plug it in, see what happens.
Yeah. Definitely. All right, let's see here. I'm going to set this aside because I am going to run this out and plug it in here in just a minute. Randy, I know that that took a lot longer than you were probably anticipating, so I appreciate you hanging in there.
No problem.
Let's see here.
So what are you using for a camera, your top camera there that you're zooming up and down with?
Believe it or not, that's an old phone.
Oh.
That's an old Android phone. And I'm using an app on it called Iridium. And you run an app on the PC, you run an app on the phone. They can see each other over Wi-Fi, but it works a little better over a USB connection. But it's, if you have a spare phone, it's the cameras on these phones are just incredible. And
right.
if you've got an old phone, you got a spare phone, it's a great way to get some extra use out of it. All right, let's see what's going on here. See if I missed anything in the chat. Ham Man, he's got a bigger box for his. Yeah, I grabbed one that I thought, well, it'd be nice if everything fit in there, and I should have tried to dry fit it, but I didn't. Let's see.
That's before you drill a big hole in the side of it, you should try that. Yeah.
Yeah. The good thing is, like when I buy those, I get like 4 or 6 of them in a shrink wrap thing, right? And
Yeah.
usually you buy them for one project and you end up with like 3 extras. And it's like, what am I ever going to do with this? And I was so excited that I was actually going to use one more of those that I typically don't. And I should have checked it out first.
Yeah. It's like I bought, 3 of the boards and 3 of the boxes and 3 of something else. And
Yep.
just,
Yeah. Well, and this, we talked a little bit about this last week, right? This is just a 2-week mission or a 2-day mission, right? It's a two-day deployment. But the good news is, like Dawn was asking or mentioning, you can redeploy these 400 megahertz boards for these balloon launches that people like to do, right? That's what's going on here in North Texas tomorrow. They're launching a balloon, and you can track it and trace it using one of those 400 megahertz boards. So you just flash it with some different software.
Yeah, I think you can track the weather balloons that the Weather Service puts up with them.
Yeah, you can do that as well.
A little bit, but they all go east from me here.
Gotcha. Yeah, so there's other uses for these things, and the good news is they're not really expensive, and you can get 2 or 3 fun little projects out of them. So I'm going to Randy. I feel bad that it took so long. You are welcome to stay for as long as you want to stay, but I also want you to know that you are free to go whenever you need to go.
Oh, I'll hang around a little longer.
All right. Well, maybe I'll let you, maybe if you don't mind, I'll let you man the chat while I take 3 minutes, and I'm going to run downstairs and throw this thing in the driveway.
Yeah, let's see if we can copy something here. Look at the chat room here.
I'll be right back, gang.
All right. They're just, looks like they're standing by too. So we have anybody out there that's going to try this? See if they can get the station going. See what happens. Yeah, back in the Oscar 13 days, that was in a very elliptical orbit. So it's like a 16-hour orbit. So for many hours at a time, the satellite was almost stationary. You really didn't need to track it very much. And they had linear transponders on there, so people were using sideband. And that was pretty neat. Bill's not going to do one, but he's going to live vicariously through the rest of us. That's good. Man, you need to place it up on the tower. Yep. It doesn't need to be high. It just needs to be clear. So as clear as you can get it, you got the neighbor's house, you may have trees and stuff like that. So you just kind of do the best you can and see what happens. Sometimes we overthink it and think, well, I don't see enough of the sky. I can't do this. I can't do that. So I don't try. But with this type of thing, you don't have to invest a lot of money. How long do I got? Not sure I understand. From AC8XU. It's now working at 4 feet between the houses. See? It can work. Mine there is about 4 feet away from the house. The one with the box, the one with the EggNOGS is on the corner, so it's a little bit further away from the house, but still the house is blocking it to the southeast. And you can go into that heat map, and you can see the areas that it's able to pick up the satellites. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, how long? Now I understand. Yeah, they're looking at December 1st for the launch. That was the news this afternoon that I received. And of course, it's all subject to change. So you can sign up for their newsletter, or if you're on LinkedIn, you can look for the Alpha Cornell project. I think it is. Um, they're posting some stuff there. So now we see how long we wait to get a packet.
All right.
And so now we wait to see how long it takes to get a packet. So you can bring up that dashboard, and you can see the data scrolling by.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure. Let me do a refresh here. I want to make sure that it's still, yeah, showing online. So
Good. Yeah.
I wanted to make sure the Wi-Fi reached.
When I first got this going, I just had the board just out in the open, and I left it in my camp trailer because I have a dual band vertical on the top of the camp trailer, and so that was the antenna I had, so that's what I used. And once in a while, it would kind of lose the Wi-Fi, so I just took one of those mechanical timers and put it on there, and every night at 2 in the morning or something, it turned it off and turned it right back on, and
Oh,
I never had problems with it disconnecting and not reconnecting, or going offline and not connecting back on. So
gotcha. Yeah, let me see here. I took a picture earlier about, or I took a picture of where I was setting this up, or how I was setting it up. Let me
yeah,
show everybody what just kind of the silly basic setup that it is. I'm sending a file
so I
from
was
my
working fine
phone.
in the trailer until I was moving some stuff around one day, and I actually broke the USB connector off the board. That put my
Oh,
TinyGS like that. So much for
oh,
that.
that's
So
brutal.
it wasn't until just a week ago that I got some more boards and got back on again. So,
Gotcha. Yeah, is there, let's see. I mean, it tells you which one it's listening to, right? Um, Let me go back. Oh, so so when it's on surveillance, it's not seeing
it's just
anything, right?
scanning to see if yeah, it's just scanning to see if it can find something.
Yeah. All right, let me find this real quick. I can show everybody here. And what was that? Yeah, okay, let me switch this over. So this is what I did is I just I have this old bike stand that I use for just all kinds of things other than holding a bike. It's a maintenance stand for a bike. And I just took that little box and I put it in those clamps. This is sitting out in the driveway. And I just put that clamp around the box and then put that USB cable into it, and it runs over, and I've got an outlet that's next to the garage door. And that's where it's sitting right now. It's just sitting in the driveway. So let's see if we can get some. Actually, let me bring this back over, and then I gotta bring Randy back on the frame here. Where'd that go? Here it is. There we go. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know how long it'll, you know, I don't know that is it, I don't know if you're able to tell like what when the next pass is, right? It looks like there's a footprint right here that could be intersecting, with me, depending on which direction it's going.
Yeah.
This guy here might be as well, right? These guys ought to be.
Yeah.
Looks like that one ought to be pretty soon.
Yeah. You can see the footprints of those are quite different too. So they're
Yeah. All right. So let's see here. That
Oh,
was neat. I didn't know you could do that. If you click on the actual satellite, it shows you the position. So this has got 5 minutes, I guess, before it's in range of me, is the way I read that.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of cool. Let's see. This guy looks like it's going north-south, so I don't know. It looks like maybe 10 minutes if I get any of that one. But
yeah, go to the dashboard where you connect to it, at the IP number, because that'll show stuff in real time.
here?
This here, you may have to, yeah, go there and that.
Oh boy. I tried so many different things.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. So I changed the password. What did I change it to? Let's see. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Let's see. Can I go in here? Doesn't look like I can do it there. Is it in here? Doesn't look like it's in there. All right, let me try that again. This probably won't let me in there. Yeah. Wouldn't expect it to. Whoa. Boy, isn't that a bugger? Let me think. How else do I get to that? Is that this?
That's Wi-Fi password.
Yeah,
oh, there's a password for this board. Yeah, you can try and put a new one in there.
Yeah, let me try that. I'm just going to put in password. And that says apply. Let's see if it'll actually, oh, it wants me to sign in to make the, I mean, that's good. This is what I would expect. I don't think it took that. No, it didn't. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Well, we were trying so many different things.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy. Yeah, I don't know what I set that for. Isn't that something? Let's see. I get back to, oh yeah, back here.
So do a refresh.
So this looks like I'm in that footprint.
Yeah.
But let's see here. So auto tuning 433, because I was in here monkeying around a little bit. So enabled 433, so that's good. We're not doing any test frames. Your only other options here are other frequencies or disabled. So that looks like it's fine. Do a refresh here again. Well, let me ask you, Randy, are you seeing this this TinyGS 28? It looks like it's, I don't know if you can see I don't know if every one of these satellites is a satellite that works on the frequency.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got TLE info down
Okay.
here.
Yeah. Okay, it's starting to look at that satellite for me now. This TinyGS
Yeah.
on
So you're
400. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
And I
that's
just got a
good.
packet from it. Yeah, I just got a packet from it.
Good. Okay, but you are, I mean, I would expect you to be well into that footprint if this is right. Right? Because
Yeah.
you're over here somewhere, right?
Yeah. Yeah, right in there. Yep.
Yeah. Boy, that footprint is big. It's almost, let's see.
Yeah, so I just brought up my screen here.
Oh yeah, here, let me make you bigger. Where's that at?
Okay, it just changed to FOSSASat.
Oh wait, I'm on the wrong thing here.
There's the 2 packets that it received.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see this updates in real time. You can see the numbers here change and stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. There's some pretty neat features in this little globe view.
Let me turn this off.
Yeah, let me bring this back over. I didn't know this either. So if you click on, wait, how did I get to that? So there's the ground station.
Oh, so it shows the ones that you should be able to hear.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Oh yeah, the different times.
Yeah. So, and this is ongoing.
Learn something new every day. Yeah.
Yeah. But this is the other thing. I didn't know if you look at that, you can throw that thing really big.
Yeah. That's neat.
Yeah. So all of these,
It's
I don't
like a
know.
video game.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's this do? What's that do?
That's it. You have to get in there and explore.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good stuff. So I've got good Wi-Fi. Let me do a refresh. Yeah, I mean, it looks like I've got several footprints right now, but I'm not seeing anything yet. I would think. Yeah, it's still... So this is listening to that TinyGS. I don't think because I'm in... Well, let me find out. Let me turn test mode off. I don't think that should matter. Get test mode on or off now. I'll try it here for a bit, and then I might have to take that that amplifier off and see if that changes anything.
Yeah, there's a little square in the bottom of the map there. You can make it go full screen too.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go. Yeah. And if you click on your home station there, it shows the satellites, and there's a bell and looks like a camera icon there up at the top left of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It
that
focuses on a camera object.
What's this guy?
Do that. This is notifying for a pass.
I think you can also, like, you can pick a satellite. Let me pick this one here, and then you can have it follow it. But I should be getting some action here. Some within the footprint. But who knows, you know, how high these are. Which TinyGS is that you received packets from? It looks like there's a few of them.
There wasn't any number associated with it.
Okay. Because looks like there's a TinyGS 20 here, a TinyGS 35, a 27. I mean, I would expect you're in this 20.
Now I'm listening for a ForceSat 2E19, it says. It's been doing that for 5 minutes.
Let's see what the chat's saying here. Click on the white dot next to the name of the sat going towards you. We all know how that is. Yeah, let's see. It's a nice dashboard. It is really nice, Chris. You're right. You might have the preamp on backwards. Oh, really? So the input...
Yeah, it's bidirectional. What is an input? What's an output?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, I assume the input would be from the antenna. Let's see here. Let's see if we can get something more definitive. Let's see. Let me scroll down here. Might just have to flop it and try it. That might be the easiest thing. See if anyone here has any opinion here. See if anybody's run into any.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's see. Don't see anything in there. I don't see like I don't see a manual or anything.
No.
And let's make sure let's see if there's any pictures here. Signal output, connect to antenna. Well, there you go. Let me go swap it around. Signal input is the equipment.
Power.
The output is the antenna. So
where's my Sharpie?
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, Ham Man. Good call. All right. You've got the helm. Do you want me to here, let me switch it over so you've got the screen if you wanted to bring something up. I'll be right back.
Okay. I've got mine here, my Sharpie. So I will get those marked. So, yeah. So it's a bidirectional amplifier, but the amplifiers themselves are only unidirectional. So it won't preamp in both directions and it won't power amp in both directions. It's bass backwards. The picture on the Cornell instructions. Very good. Thank you. You would think at least they'd throw a little piece of paper inside these things and give you a little hint what to do with them, but no. It's whatever you can find on the ordering page or somebody who's gone through this and figured it out. See on the other one here, where is it? Of course, this is just a preamp. This is labeled input and output on this guy. It probably won't focus, but you know. So I just ordered up a kit of all sorts of SMA adapters and things from Amazon, and some cables and some more chassis connectors. Just, you can never have too much of that stuff because you end up using adapters to connect the preamp to this or that, or cable, and next thing you know, you need a double male to do something, or so it's you need to stock up on adapters. You start playing with this stuff, and then you get the reversed or normal SMA adapters so you can get it in and out of the Chinese handhelds and the antennas that come with those things. You would think, yeah, man, I'm lacking SMA stuff too. Well, Amazon's your friend. All sorts of stuff on there. A little box so you can compartments, you can put it all in. So never have too many coax adapters. So the lineup here, I'll dim down. This is 9700 there, 7610 over here. This is a Mercury 3S solid state amplifier, and the box on the far end is the matching antenna tuner for the amplifier, which I don't use them that much. Spending most of my time on FT8. I've been involved with the DX Marathon. It's a year-long. It's not quite a contest, but it's kind of the idea. It's a year-long event to see how many DX you can work, different DX, and how many CQ zones. And it runs for a year, and the classifications are in power and by antenna. So there's a classification for people with wire antennas with 3-element beams on 50-foot towers or less, and then unlimited antennas. So I think last year I ended up with 240 DX around there, all 40 CQ zones, and the hard one for me to get is the one that covers Egypt and a couple of the countries adjacent to there, because it's kind of far away from the Northwest here, and there's not very many hams that are on there. Yeah, thanks, Sam, man. And I use JT Alert to alert me on it's got a marathon thing, so but it takes in that combines all the DX of the zones and also the worked all Europe area. There's like 6 extra places over there that they counted as a DX for this contest. And I've also used it to alert me on states and Canadian provinces. So this year when I started up, it runs from January 1st through December 31st. January 1, you zero out everything in JT Alert, and it just alerts on everything. It just goes crazy. So the first thing you got to do is work a U.S. station. That shuts a lot of that down. Work somebody in Canada. That shuts some more down. For me on the West Coast, work somebody in Japan. That cuts a lot of those out. And then I can start focus on, other areas, and it doesn't clog up the alerting in JT Alert. And then a little bit later on, I can turn on the states again, and it'll alert me for states. And that's kind of neat because it alerts you on what it hears. So when somebody from Delaware comes on, of course, it's checking in QRZ for that. So yeah, Egypt's a hard one. But I did work this afternoon, Sierra Leone and Bernelli. Got both of those on. They were both on 14095 at the same time, 2 expeditions. Okay, so you've done the flipper.
I've done the flipper. Look at that.
Look at that last packet 2 minutes ago.
Yep.
Boom, look at that bar all the way up to 1. Boy, you worked a lot. Look how tall that is.
Yeah. Isn't that something? Let's see what this tells us. So that's a 1 watt.
Yeah. It was nearby. It was a high elevation, 60 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And then can you how did you drill into that packet? Can you do it here, or do you have to do it?
Take and scroll down and click on where it says, yeah, there you go.
Oh, I see right here. Okay.
Decoded, yeah. And on some of the satellites, it'll take and decode the packet. I'll show you some of the data. I guess that's the structure of the packet, or whatever the software term is for that.
Yeah.
And then down below it shows all the stations that received it.
No parser available for that packet.
Yeah. The map shows. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool.
It was going to the east. Yeah.
Oh yeah, some
Have you
boats.
played around? Have you played around with Sky Roof?
I haven't.
Whatever that is.
I had Kyle on. Kyle started playing with that. I had him on a month or so ago, and it's worlds better than G-Predict, right? It's just so much better. And then
you hook your SDR stick into it, and you're running. It's receiving.
Yeah, yeah.
That's another $30 fun thing.
Yeah, a few streams back, we did a couple of episodes where we were using these little Nulek SDR dongles, and what we were doing is we were grabbing telemetry packets from satellites, but we were doing it all kind of by hand, like the hard way. Like we would record the packet, record it through the SDR, grab that audio file, take that into GR satellites, and at the command line, work to decode that packet. And so it took us, a while, probably an hour and a half or so, but we figured out how to decode one of those packets you know, kind of by hand, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
I
that
brought it
that
up
was
here.
pretty cool.
Yeah, I brought it up here. I can show you quick. I don't have a radio hooked into it. Um, where do I see it here? There's three. Here we go. Of course, the big square in the middle would be the waterfall.
Yep.
So um, here's all the satellites you can have in a group. So here's like RS-44. You get the polar pattern over here. For my location, it's not going to do much at this one. See anything else here higher? There's one that's a little better. This shows the map where it is over the world. This shows a timeline down here.
Yeah,
So
that's
this
cool.
is now, this is, yeah, and it shows what the elevation is. So here's FO29. It's a real high elevation. This scrolls down. You can move it around. If you have your SDR stick, it's going to set the frequency here. This is a really neat piece of software. Free.
Yeah, it's impressive. Have you heard of Oztrax?
No.
Okay, so there's a ham, Jim McCullers, WA4CWI, and he presented at the AMSAT symposium here a couple of weeks ago, and he is releasing a competitor to that one and G-Predict. I highlight that on a stream a couple of weeks back if you want to see what it looks like. It looks really great. Now, he's not releasing it until early next year. He's going to come on the stream whenever he goes to release it, right before he goes to release it. And we're going to, we'll do some demos and stuff with it. But it's just great to see some kind of fresh options, right? Because, you look at G-Predict and boy, it just looks so tired. It's just so 1995.
Well, if you know there's like an ISS pass going over at the time of your club meeting, you just take that with an SDR stick and you take your little rabbit ear antenna out there. You'll probably hear it.
Yeah, for sure. Especially the ISS, right? It's
powerful.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and there's talk of another ISS SSTV event in November sometime. So.
Yes, that's the one that they had to postpone. So looking forward to that as well. Those are fun. I saw the images that you posted. Was it today or yesterday maybe of some images you captured?
Mm-hmm.
And what satellites were those, Randy?
It's like UMK something. I'm not sure exactly what they are. I have to go back and look at my tweets.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with them, but yeah, it looked like some interesting images.
Yeah, let me bring my screen back up here. Yeah, these here.
Yeah. Here, let me bring you back
so it's
up.
Arctic Sat and UMKA.
Yeah, those are pretty neat.
Yeah, these are in Robot 36, so it takes like 36 seconds.
Yeah, wow.
Using the narrow filter 3 on the 9700, the 7 kilohertz filter, I think it is, really improves the picture. The SAT software always seems to bring back filter 1, which is a real wide filter, and the pictures end up being noisier. You know, it's not
Right.
covering as much audio. Um, but yeah,
Yeah. There's so many fun things to do out there, you know. It's just finding out
yeah,
about them, understanding what they are, and giving them a try.
yeah. Then I also run a ADBS, ADB, A- AS was it ADSB station here.
ADSB. Yep.
What? Yeah, yeah. I got the package from
Oh
Flight
yeah.
Radar 24. They sent it to me, and the same thing with marinetraffic.com. They sent that. So I was outside today. Had a little burn pile going, and I heard a jet, and so I brought this up on my phone, and it said it was at um, uh, 24,000 feet, and I looked up and I could see the thing,
Oh, isn't that
and
cool?
out here flying around in circles. Then it disappeared, and then it came back with some more loops going on there. So I don't know if they shut down the reporting or they went off and did something, but yeah,
Yeah, that's interesting. That's like I said, so many fun little projects to get involved with.
yeah.
It's good
Hamradio is
stuff.
a hobby of 1,000 hobbies,
Yeah, for sure.
and it's
Let me
a
see.
license to learn.
Let's see here. Yeah.
I'm going to
Okay.
take off. It's been 3+ hours now.
Well,
And
Randy, I feel like I stole your Friday night from you. Thank you so much for hanging out and being such a great resource, and for being such a great sport while I try to figure some of this stuff out. But
yeah,
it's
no
fun.
problem. Thanks for having me on. I enjoyed it, and hopefully we stirred up some activity here and see what happens. So,
Yeah, yeah.
uh,
Certainly
yeah,
before they do a deployment, I'm gonna revisit this subject just to remind everybody that you have to go in and
mhm,
change some of those settings.
yeah,
We'll be keeping our eye on it and see if December 1st is the
right.
deployment, or, if it gets bumped, but
And,
we'll keep watching.
and and if you're ordering some of this stuff, some of it's taken several weeks to get delivered. So having an extension now gives you a little more time. So don't put off buying things. Get it and get configured and be ready. So
Yeah, good point. Yeah, and test your
yeah,
setup, right? Just like this, right? I had the
play
preamp
around
on
with Tiny.
backwards.
Yeah, test it and play and see if you can improve. Get those bar graphs to go up. So let's just take another look at your stats there. See if you got another packet or two before I take off.
Nope, not yet. Hey, I'm
Not
curious
yet.
why those change color, right? This bar
They're
keeps.
different satellites. They're different satellites.
Well, no, but this is the packet that I've received. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. See this bar, my one packet. Remember that was kind of a
Okay.
brownish.
Hmm.
Now it's like a greenish. It's like I wonder if there's any. Now it's purple, right? Maybe it doesn't matter.
Well, I don't think it matters, but the thing is just above the table there is you see another purple square. Oop, push it back up. I can't. Yeah, I'm in the way now. Yeah, see at the top there it says packets in the
Yeah,
last 30 days. And it's purple there, so that tells you that packet is from that satellite. As you get more and more, each one's a different color, and that
gotcha.
will build up there, like you saw on my screen. It's just
Yeah, yeah,
filled full of satellites that it's heard. Yeah,
yeah.
and you
I'm
have to
I'm
do a
excited.
refresh to see
I'm
any
gonna let this
changes.
run overnight, and I'm curious to
Yeah,
see what it looks like tomorrow.
yeah.
So
See now it's green.
yeah,
Still one.
yeah. I don't have. Well, it looks like this might be in the footprint, but listening horizon. Oh, it's listening to this guy. Yeah, definitely need to get more familiar with all the capabilities of this. And again, it's free software. It's crazy.
Yeah. And you have to kind of figure it out on your own. I don't know if there's any instructions anywhere on what's going on here.
Yeah,
They may be turning stuff on without telling anybody either. So,
well, there's a wiki down here. Yeah,
right.
there's a wiki, and there might be something out on this GitHub. I'll have to explore some of that a little bit and share.
In the public channel area there on Telegram, it's like the other Discord and stuff. So people are asking questions and getting answers from people, and each day they do a summary with an email. So that's kind of interesting to read that once a day and see the traffic that's passing through there. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, Randy, thank you again. And please come back anytime you'd like. You're always welcome. Sure. I loved having you on, and it was great spending a little bit of time with you tonight.
I'll get the microphone right next time. It's too bad. I don't know why this one isn't picking up or whatever. So
yeah.
Anyway,
well, that's okay.
Thank you, and I say good night to everybody in the chat. And we get some views and some activity.
All right. Very good.
All right.
Take care, Randy.
73. Okay. Thanks, Rob. All right. Bye.
All right. Let me come back over to here. All right. Man, that was great having Randy on. What a super nice guy. And so knowledgeable too, right? What a great resource. I mean, I just love that he's into all of this stuff. It's very cool. Let's see. Colin, how you doing out there? Flight trader and marine traffic receivers. Oh, wow. That's cool. That sounds really cool. Let's see, I'm getting a little bit of pixelation on my screen here. I'm wondering what that's about. Let me do a little housekeeping here. Just close down some of these different items here. Let's see, how many folks do we still have out there? We still have 25 people out there. That's nice. Thanks for sticking around, folks. Thanks for hanging out while we figured out what the heck was going on. Hey, these are all things that you can potentially run into in your own shack when you're trying to set this stuff up. So hope you guys, I think everyone kind of understands that, and they're here for the figuring out. Let me see here. Let me get back and clean a little bit of this stuff up. There we go. I'm curious if I'm going to get any other packets here. Something else I thought was interesting. I noticed this, that my Wi-Fi connection to the board was strong before, but it's weak now. So that's interesting. I wonder if I just have the board facing away from the house. I mean, it's obviously working, but just kind of interesting. Having a little bit of internet issues over there, Ham Man. I can understand that. Let's see here. I think we worked ourselves through all of this pretty well. I think if you guys follow along with this document here, you're likely to not have some of the same issues. Oh yeah, here, this is pretty nice here too. Right, this is very similar to what I did, except I used a smaller box and I was going in to the top and the bottom of that box. But this is a great little document. It's nice they got some cable glands. I wasn't able to put my hands on mine. I mean, the other thing that was interesting, right? These guys go pretty... Oh, yeah. No, they did pretty much the same thing I did. Yeah. I'm just not attaching it to the house or anything. I'm just holding it on a tripod. I'm going to have to dig out one of my bigger boxes. I'll do that tomorrow. Yeah, all good stuff. Let's see. I know we zipped through some stuff earlier tonight. I want to make sure I hit all the tabs I was interested in hitting. This is old. Get rid of that guy. That's the old address. Get rid of that guy. That's the config. I'm going to have to figure out that password. That's my bike stand. I don't need that any longer. All right, where's my... There it is. Wait, does that say... Oh, this is old. Let me refresh this. Yeah. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I'm hoping you guys give this a try. It's really pretty fun. It's really interesting too, all the little nooks and crannies in this software. I'm wondering, so they do the decode for you right here. That's cool. You can see the parsed view. All kinds of interesting stuff in here. I'm wondering, I see these people have CRC errors. I'm wondering if that's what this is. If this is part of the CRC check. Let's see, if you want to see my station, okay, yeah, let's check it out. Great idea. All right, let me get back to, well, here, I'm going to go to home. I think I can go up here, go to stations, and NZ1I, whoop, come on, NZ, there it is. Yeah, that's it. Oh, yeah. Ah, there you go. There you go. Check that out. Nice. And here you can see, you know, a couple with some CRC errors there. But yeah, look at that. Nice, nice job. And which antenna are you, Ham, which antenna do you have deployed? Let's see what you got tonight. I got that FOSSASat. That's at 4 feet off the ground. Nice. Oh, an M2 Eggbeater. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm going to hook this guy up to it tomorrow, too. You know, that's what's kind of fun. You know, I've got all these kind of bits and pieces from various projects here and there. But you can kind of throw them together and try to find a good combination. But I'm certainly going to try that, the SatNOGs, or the EggNOGs. Going to get it up on a tower. Nice. You got to be able to get that up on a tower here, you think, before the uh, before the CubeSat gets deployed. That would be awesome. You know, I think, you know, if you get just even a single packet, I think it's a huge win. Let's see. Only need the preamp. Yeah. Okay. Great. You know, if you think about it, this thing's, you know, these little CubeSats, and it makes sense. They're only pushing out 100 milliwatt. Right? These little guys are only pushing out 100 milliwatt. So, yeah, I think even getting a single packet is going to be a win. Hey, Andy, I think I saw you out there earlier. I wasn't able to keep up with the chat very well tonight, gang. My apologies, but it's great to see everybody out there. Let's see. KJ5IXM. I'm just looking back at some of these. Let me see if I can find that real quick. I guess that was a little ways back. I wonder what direction this goes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so with that board that I'm using, it's supposed to be 433 megahertz. So that should be narrow banded enough that you don't need a filter. Now, I've not thrown that on the TinySA or anything yet. That's probably worth doing. But yeah, I was a little bit busy, and I tell you, there's nothing worse than when things don't work the way that you know, you've tried it, you know, half a dozen times. Probably not half a dozen times, at least 4 times. You know, but it is a little convoluted. There's no question about it. It feels like it's a little bit of a chicken or the egg type thing when you're working through the instructions. So I'm going to take some time tomorrow. I'm going to work through it one more time, and I'm going to work through it with my notes that I had before, and I'm going to try to come up with a kind of a definitive guide that has all the little gotchas in it, right? Just, you know, things like knowing you have to have a phone number for Telegram. You know, that might put some people off, but you know, if you know it up front, it's a little better than if you go into it and you're halfway into it and then you find out something's going sideways, or you know, that maybe that's something you don't want to do. But yeah, Randy was fantastic. I you know, I can't believe that he stayed on for 3 hours. That's so awesome. Now, granted, I know it's a little bit earlier for him, and that worked out in our favor, everybody, certainly. But man, what a trooper. So thankful. He, you know, seemed like he was enjoying it, and I hope he was. I really enjoyed having him on and chatting with him. What a great guy. Yeah, I'm going to try to put that cheat sheet together. I think that would probably help folks. Yeah, I've got that guy too. I want to try to find some time. I'm kind of actually glad that they pushed this out 6 weeks so I can do a bunch of this testing, try to, you know, do some empirical testing to try to figure out what my best setup is based on all the parts and pieces I've got. You know, I'd really love to be able to capture some packets from that crazy little CubeSat. It's just such a crazy idea. All right, let's see here. I want to get back to which one of these is, this one's Ham Man's. Here we go. Yeah, you've been crushing it here. Certainly. Now that 42, does that mean 42 people have decoded that? Still not quite sure how to read some of these charts. I have to play around with that. Ah, well, I hope you had a good time at the Halloween party. Yeah, we worked through some issues, and but we got through them, and I got the unit outside right now in the driveway. I'm going to check and see if I picked up any other packets in the meantime. Let's see here. I need to go back a step, I think. There's my lonely packet I've captured so far. One lonely packet. I guess I've got nothing. It doesn't look like I've got some stuff coming my way, but I don't have anything in the footprint right now. But Ham Man, he's been killing it over the last several days here. Look at this. He had almost 80 packets on the 28th. Nice, nice, nice. Let's see, the first number at the top left. Let's see. First number at the top left is the date. Everything else, don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder, let's see. Let's see if we can figure this out. There's only one FloorSat. What is that? Or FOSASat 5. You can't click on that and get anything. But let's see, maybe that's 5 packets that that you got, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe not. Well, these are, well, looks like you got much more than 5. I'm counting 9. Okay, hold on. Well, that says 5. This says 5. So then I expect to see 10. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe one of these unknowns is getting tossed in there. I guess that could be the case. So that maybe that's how many oh yeah, that's got to be it, right? Because this axis is counting packets. So this is how many packets you got on that pass. So you got 12 packets on that pass. Cool. When you click on the bar, yeah, I mean, clicking on this doesn't do anything. I'm clicking, nothing's happening. Oh, okay, so you can turn satellites on and off. Look at that. That guy, that TinyGS 25, picking up a lot of packets there. What's this blue guy here? This is 29. Okay, so you can turn them on and off there. Okay. Well, you just got to get in there and start clicking around. Now, let's see. If I come in here and I click one of these, okay. So that's kind of cool. Pulls in the information from here. The black box, after clicking on the bar, shows the SAT number. Black box, after clicking on the SAT. The black box, after clicking on the bar. So I'm just hovering. Is that what you mean? Yeah, I'm not sure. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, so if I hover here, I can see that the date was the 31st. It's FOSA-SAT. And we collected, or you collected 5 packets. Now, let me go back to the number in the left upper is a date. Yep. Let me go back to mine. Since it's a single, this might help us. Yeah. So on the 31st, now so that's not UTC date. I guess that might have been, well, it says 20 minutes ago. See, 20 minutes ago, I would have been on the 1st. Well, no, okay. It's saying that maybe that 19 minutes ago is wrong. Let me refresh that, see if it recalculates. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, so we got that packet, 5 minutes and a few seconds before the turn of the day. Yeah, local time. I think that's exactly what it is. Yep. So that is pretty cool. Let's see if we go into this. Right, we kind of looked at all this. Oh, I know what I want to see. I want to see if, let's check out some of these. Here's a pico. I'm always curious what kind of payload these things have. Minimum beacon. And there's a lot of information here. So you got all the battery detail. Man, these, no encryption errors. This was a really clean pass, or a really clean capture. This looks like, excuse me. This looks like it's probably not, maybe there isn't a temperature sensor or a luminosity sensor or accelerometer. That looks like there's probably a gyroscope. So you're getting some neat stuff here. Nothing in the payload packet. Let's see here. TinyGS transmit power. Gotcha. Magnetometer. This is pretty cool. There's all kinds of stuff in here. That is fantastic. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see here. These are your packets. Oh, that's cool. So if I go here and go to packets, I should show 1. Oh, no. Okay. These are last packets maybe in the network. A few seconds ago. 4 stations picked it up. Okay. So these folks are in sun. These folks are not. Interesting. And here you can see the ones that have some telemetry about environmentals. That's pretty cool. I think I can jump to it. Yeah, I can jump to it there. I want some more packets. Daggone it. Let's see. Yeah. Not showing in the footprint for anything, but maybe I got something coming my way. Something's going along this line, it looks like, maybe. I'm still pretty impressed. It's pretty cool. What's the link for the EggNOGS? Yeah, let me get that here. So this is Halibut Electronics. Yeah, it's electronics.halibut.com. So this is Smitty's antenna here. And this is a fun little kit to do. Let's see, click here to buy EggNOGS. Now, you've got some different options here, right? First, you got to pick your telemetry. See, now I have, this is the one I've got, the 436.5. I am pretty doggone sure that I'll be able to pick up 433.5 on this antenna. But you want to make sure you get your right frequency. And you can select your feed point connector now. Okay, if you want BNC or F-type, then it's an extra. But the SMA, the default, no extra cost. And then what this comes with is everything that you see here. So you get the cap that's drilled. You get this phasing board. I guess this is the phasing board. And then the toroid, the piece of coax, all the stainless steel hardware. Yeah. It's a good little project. Let's see here. But you can, I don't know if you'll be able to see kind of down in there, right? I mean, you kind of get everything that's in the guts. This will be interesting. Let's see. Right, so you can kind of see. You get those two boards, all the hardware that you need. All this hardware comes with it. This is all stainless steel hardware. You have to find your own aerials. That's the only thing you really have to do, is figure out what you want to use for aerials. This is electric fencing wire. It's stiff enough, holds its shape. It's galvanized, so it's not going to rust. It's worked pretty well for me. You need your own wire. Yes, that's it. What Mark often shows in the shows, right? Whenever, like at Hamcation, Hamvention, wherever, he's using Romex, right? So he pulls the conductors out of a Romex wire and uses those for uses those conductors for your radiating elements. Yep, there you go. It's I mean, it really is a pretty cool little project. I've got a video out there. Well, I've got a video out there where I interviewed him at Hamvention 2 years ago. And it was just before I think he started to actually sell them. And then I I've got a build video out there as well. I've got one video where I built everything but the aerials, the conductors, and then I've got another video where I built the conductors. And I mean, and it's saying that I'm building the conductors is kind of a stretch, right? All you're really doing is just measuring out so you get the right length. But I measured and cut for both the 70 centimeter and the 2 meter version in that video. So if you guys are interested, you can find those out there. Yeah, and I mean, it really works pretty doggone well. It's a fun build and it works. Pepe, good morning. Welcome. Thanks for saying good morning. Thanks for stopping in. We had a great guest on tonight. You'll have to go back and check it out. I had Randy K7AGE on, and boy, he was fantastic. We were talking about TinyGS. We struggled through setting up the TinyGS on stream, and I've actually got it setting out in the driveway right now. Let's see if I've got any more packets. Let's see. I've captured one lonely packet so far. Looks like I'm still with one lonely packet at this point. Ooh, looks like I might be coming into some footprints here though. This pico. Come on, pico. Let's get a packet here, pico. Still online, so that's good. You have to refresh the screen to see if you've picked anything up, so you can come back and check that in a few minutes. But yeah, it was a fun stream. It was fun to work through. Had some quirky issues we had to work through. I mean, that's just always the way it seems to go. But at the end of the day, we got it done. All right. I don't know about, I don't know what Halloween is like around you guys. Things were pretty quiet here. I kept an ear out. I mean, I'm out here in no man's land. There's not a lot of action, not a lot of activity out my way. But it was really quiet. I was glad it was quiet. Let's see. So the TinyGS is standalone. So I've got it built. So I'm eating my own dog food on this one. Right. So here's the items that I put in my store for the project. I'm using this antenna. I'm using this booster. I'm using this LoRa board. This is a V3 LoRa board. This isn't identified in the dock as a board that works, but it does. I've got a different case. My case was too small. That was one of my hiccups tonight. I need to get a bigger case once I start connecting everything together in order to keep bend radiuses normal. I'm going to have to get a little bit bigger case. And I've got it out in the driveway right now on my bike stand, just waiting for packets. You've got the LilyGo, yeah. Pretty slow out there for Halloween. Yeah. So, this is the little cable piece that I'm using, right? Because again, the one that comes with this antenna, I think it's 20 feet. 10 feet. It's 10 feet. So, Randy was showing off some of the different things that he's tried with this TinyGS. And it's great. You got to go back and look at that. He's got his homemade vertical ground plane, his quarter wave ground plane that he built using a SMA bulkhead connector and welding rods. I think that's just brilliant. That worked pretty good for him. The actual EggNOGS was his best performing antenna, though. And then he also had the rabbit ears that comes with, you know, some of these little RTL SDRs. That actually was receiving stuff sitting on his windowsill in front of a screen. So go figure. That thing might do better if you get it out of the house and away from that screen. That screen may be potentially interfering with or blocking some of the signal. I don't know. All right, let's do a refresh here. Can't believe I've got one and only one. Let's see. Yeah, see, I've got, geez. I went from nothing to like a ton. I've got a couple of picos here. Three picos. Got all these footprints. Yeah, one of the things that that I learned, and Hamman helped us out here, is this is backwards versus what at least is what would make sense to me. Out actually goes to the antenna, and in actually goes to the device. I had it backwards, and of course I wasn't receiving a doggone thing. So keep that in mind, folks, if you're using that. Ooh, I got another one. Ah, now we're talking. There we go. Now, why did it put this on the 31st? I mean, this is clearly the first. Interesting. Let's see what's in this packet. What was the... Let me go back there for a second. What was the elevation of this? 40. See, this one here had a high elevation. That had a high elevation as well. So this one here was 1 watt. This one here was 600 milliwatt. So, okay, good. I'm hearing something that's smaller, right? We got to be able to hear 100 watt or 100 milliwatts. All right, let's see what's in this thing. Yeah, nothing too exciting there. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Wrong ID, huh? That's interesting. What that means. Like some sensor data. Pretty cool. Let's see. Boy, lots of people picked this up. Holy smokes. Look, this guy picked this up at 5 degrees. That's pretty impressive. There's a couple at 4 degrees. What's our distance king here? Maybe this here, 1919 at 6 degrees. Here's one, 1969 at 5.3. Ooh, there's a 2041. That's probably our distance king. 2041 at 4.46. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you can just spend some time geeking out on this stuff. So far, I've only got high passes. I'm definitely gonna have to try it without that booster. I'm gonna have to try it. Maybe I'd leave the booster on it, put the filter on it, just for the heck of it. And then I'm also gonna have to try that SSB Electronics LNA. I mean, that's a 20 dB gain. What's the gain on this thing? What's the claimed gain on this? Again, it's, well, let's see. I think I saw some of that stuff down here. Here we go. Receiving gain, 11 dB. So this is half as good as that SSB Electronics one that I have. But this is, 25% of the cost. So, all right, Ham Man, thanks for hanging out. It's great to see you. It's great to see the progress you're making with your TinyGS too. Have a great rest of your weekend. Let's see how we're doing. I think I'm starting to fade here. Let's see how the audience is doing. Oh, we still have 24 out there. All right, we have 24 of you who are supposedly awake, maybe awake. Is there anything else you guys want to chat about this week before we shut her down? All right, Kevin. Have a good night and a good weekend. All right, what do you guys got? You got anything we need to touch on? Let's see here. Yeah, you bet. I'm going to try to get my butt up. Let's look at that real quick. I want to look at that and see. You have a question for next week. Okay. Let's see. Richardson Radio Club. They spell it with a K. Richardson Wireless Club. So this is the club here in North Texas that is launching the balloon tomorrow. All right, let's see. Here we go. October 31st, track the balloon. Here, let's go into this. Sonde Hub. Track the balloon in real time. So this is what we can, after this project, we can flash it with this software and be able to track weather balloons and launched balloons. Look at all these balloons that you can track. That's pretty cool. But let's see what we can learn about this here. So he's got some pictures in the shack maybe rolling, looks like it. That's funny. Got it running in the truck ready for tomorrow. All right, so let's see. It's going to have an SSTV payload and a WeNet SSDV. Robot 36. So even if I don't get out there, I might have to. Oh goodness, it's early tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, I think they launch at 9. I'd like to be out there for their setup though, which I think is at 8. Which means I got to leave the house by 6:45. So let's see. Track the payloads. Get in the log. Make an FT8 QSO. Okay. You can receive SSTV. Make contact through the crossband repeater. So they got a lot of modes. That's awesome. You can decode the tracking payload. That's kind of fun too. Watch live images stream via WeNet. So many cool things that that they're doing with this one balloon. That's so awesome. Hope to see you at the launch or hear you on the crossband repeater. So if I don't get my butt out of bed that early, I'm gonna try to get an SSTV image, try to make a crossband repeater contact. I'd like to try to grab some telemetry too. I have to see if I can get all that set up. Yeah, I might have to. Let's see. I have a question for you next week to do this. Let's see. I have some school kids. One of them is originally from Colombia. They got the idea that they can make an antenna to talk to someone in Colombia bouncing off a satellite with a Yagi. Well, they probably can. They assume I know how to do this since I have a Hamradio license. I figured it's possible. I'm working on it. Satellites are new to me. Oh, you come to the right place. We love talking satellites here. Yeah, this is certainly something we can chat about. It's certainly possible. Okay, so you guys are in Oregon. Let me look at something. Okay. We're not going to go too deep because I am starting to lose some steam. And I would like to get out to that launch. But let's see. All right, I just wanted to, yeah. I'll just give you an idea. We're not going to go too deep, but I'll give you an idea. After the late shift follows the early shift with the balloon launch. Yeah, exactly. Hey, when there's stuff going on, you got to take advantage of it, right? You got to get out there and enjoy it. All right, let's see here. Okay, good. Let me... All right, so here you can see a map of the Earth, obviously. And you can see footprints. You can see satellite footprints. Right? So right here is SO124. And when the footprint, right? I mean, this is the widest part of the footprint. And so you got to think about, okay, if I'm in Oregon, right? So this covers a whole grid square. I don't know if you guys can see that, but, you know, from here to here, you're getting a whole, you know, between 30 and 60 degrees here plus, right? So we're probably 30, 60. Let's see if that's probably another 10. So that's probably 40 degrees of latitude. Okay. So you figure if you're in Oregon here, I hope this is showing up. So right around here, right kind of underneath the word Hades right now. And you've got to go to Columbia, right? So my geography is not great. Let's see exactly where Columbia is. Let's see here. Okay, so it's probably going to matter where they are in Columbia. Are they in northern Columbia? Are they in southern Columbia, right? I think you see where I'm headed here. But if you're right about here, and then, you know, we look, boy, that's going to be pretty tough. So you're going to have to be, so here's the only way I kind of see it working. You know, you figure I got to go, let's say they're in the northern part. So I'm about a third of the way up on this grid here. So I come up another third of the way here. And then I know I can go about another third. I mean, I think it may be possible. It may be possible. That'll be fun to dig into, though. It's going to require a little bit of luck, I think, in terms of where you are, where they are. But I think it could be possible. All right. Well, gang, I am gonna shut her down, I believe. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other questions here. Yeah, I think we're good. Let me get back where I need to be. All right. Well, thank you everybody for hanging out. Hope you guys got something out of the chat tonight. We're going to contact some hams there to make sure they're listening. Yeah, you certainly want to schedule it, right? It's called a sked. And certainly for satellite contacts, that's very common. Another thing I'll put you on right before I leave is look at a website called hams.at. That is a website where hams satellite operators go and post about their roving or what passes they're going to be working. They could be working from home, but check that out, and that'll give you an idea about ways to schedule that contact with another ham. All right, gang. Well, hey, again, I hope you guys got something out of this. I always have such a great time hanging out with you guys. I appreciate everyone hanging so long in the chat and allowing me to work through all those gremlins. That's kind of the fun part, at least if you ask me. So, hope you guys all have a great weekend. Don't forget to turn your clocks back Saturday night into Sunday morning, 2 a.m. Sunday morning. I got to remember to do that as well. The good news is, right, a lot of the clocks that we all use these days are taken care of for us. I just got to remember to reset the one on the microwave and in the living room. So, but yeah, it's good to have such a great audience. I really appreciate you guys. I thank you for all the interaction. It certainly makes this fun and makes it worthwhile. So, everybody have a great weekend. Go out, practice some radio, and we'll catch you next time. 7-3 gang.